And welcome. It's been a long journey for us at the prod desk, and season 4 EUSL is about to come to a very dramatic end. I'm here, first series with SMG, and we're gonna be taking a look into Voss versus Lockdown, Seed 1 versus Seed 4, coming to you live. For our first map is on the Clarion Test Chamber as Stinger Chrono Boost as our start, and we're already into the pick phase.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the first, I think, important thing to know about this series is that for Lockdown, the newly crowned MVP of the league, Scythen, is not going to be playing, at least in this first series. So they're going to have Kami in, and I think, Kami, of course, he's on the team that's Seed 1, done the best in the regular season of EUSA, but of course, big boots to fill, trying to sub for Scythen. So I think a rather daunting task already here for Lockdown. But looking at their draft, it's not looking so bad. They've got the Drek goalie, they've got Octavio and Chrono Boost, and then they've got this Rasmus for Kami. But I think basically it's just going to be a matter of how well Geo is going to be able to control things on this Octavia. So we'll have to see.
Oh, the Octavia pickup on the side of Lockdown, actually. Very interesting. I mean, Chrono Boost start still very, very strong, and Lockdown actually banned the Kai out in the first round, and no one actually picked it up until the fourth pick. But on the other side, though, Estelle, Zentaro, and Maka is still very strong picks, and especially, I mean, considering how we talked about it, or at least like the awards, or like the pre-show talked about it earlier, Mako not really being a sort of picked character in the EUSL scene. So this time around, going to see if this actually makes a difference in the play style today coming into this. I mean, I'm going to be interested in seeing how this Centauro pickup for Scream Owls is going to play into this Octavia because, for one thing's for certain, it's kind of just go kill or be killed.
Yeah, I think that a lot of the time, Scythen just takes up a lot of the core control load, which means that Geo is able to avoid taking, too much damage too often, right? But I don't know if Kami has that similar playstyle. He more tends to just stay up and rely on the team to get it to him and then try and get it done against the enemy goalie. Now, I do like his matchup here. I think possibly even it was a counter pick after seeing this Mako here. They counter picked the Rasmus to play into it, and I think historically that's kind of been one of the characters that you opt to play into Mako. Now, recently Rasmus fallen out of favor with a few players, but still, I think a very decent, solid pick on the start. Now, as well as that, you know, on the other side for Vas, you got to talk about their forward pair. I mean, Estelle Zen, kind of classic tried and true, like double hit stun. Going to be pumping a lot of damage. I'm expecting basically the Mako hit to be on Chrono and then double stinger onto this Estelle and the Zen. And yeah, if I think it's going to be a rough early game at least for the Octavia. Even having Chrono Boost already, just possibly not going to be enough for her to be able to survive the damage output that can come out, even from the Mako as well. The snipes from across the map can whittle away at your health. So scary stuff to deal with, especially with a goalie like Drek, which he can get active, he can walk up, but ultimately he's not going to be taking too much pressure. More wants to just play those 1v1s against the Brawler, which I think he is suited for into the Centauro, but overall, Centauro doesn't really want to take the 1v1 with Drek. He just wants to kill the Octavia.
Octavia going to be kind of what makes or breaks the first game here, and if Lockdown can pilot this well, be a very, very strong game for them because I mean this patch at least Octavia can kind of just scale out of control if you're not putting her on check. I think in the carousel, at least even like if you take Chrono, I mean they're going to be taking Chrono here, no doubt about it. But you still have two Dash Awakenings, you have Foff, you have well, I mean you're going to be picking Slicks obviously. So in any case, deny Octavia or at least not letting them scale is going to be a huge, huge thing for Voss to kind of get their grubby little hands on, and it's kind of like X scaling. I think it's like you kind of have to win the game early. And if you don't win the game early, it becomes a bit of a nightmare because as soon as Octavia is able to scale up in very sizable fashion, it's going to be a very, very tough game for them. But they do have speed on the other side, though. Voss have the Mako coming into this, so it's going to be very, very. It's going to be a sort of maybe not really an even matchup, but at least they're going to have some speed coming into this. Liao actually are going to be into the game now. Octavia on Giovanni, one that we haven't seen all too much this time around, but as our first playoffs game start, we're going to see how Giovanni will actually pilot this Octavia. As we are heading into this, everyone on lockdown taking up the Chrono Boost, and only Alex on the other side taking Chrono Boost, but well, watch out for that. Siphoning Wands and Taro.
Yeah, I mean, outside of characters, hey, the last time a team took a substitute brawler into Vass, it was wildcards and they won 2-0. And I mean, if Kami's able to come in and do the same thing, Scyther might be the biggest fraud MVP of all time, I don't know. But already, Giovanni taking so much damage here. Yeah, just getting chunked, but of course was able to play his life quite well. Just first barriers traded already here. Kami trying to work on Alex and gets it done here first. Great first barrier taken. Geo still alive for right now, going to be taken off the field, but possibly the damage is already done for the backline of Vass, who are now missing their second barrier.
Yeah, and Venom Yami on the chopping block will fall off the map, and this damage game is so extremely strong coming out for both sides. Sloth kind of taking a lot of damage from Screamobs, and Screamobs still playing the defense very well, being able to get the core out, and Giovanni again just trying to find their footing onto this first point. They already hit level 2, so they're going to have that ult ready to try to confirm off Akami. Carries the speed, comes around, and of course this Voss team going to try to get things done already. Just look at how they're positioning very well against each other at the strike force. Just have to be won from Voss here, as the core just seems to not be in their touch.
Yeah, ball just bouncing around. Neither of these goalies particularly enjoying the open net, I'm sure, but Alex, the first to have to flip under all this pressure, does mean that his team will get a chance here, but nothing being set up here for the Vass offense, and both the forwards are just in their half right now, so Sloth,
no.
I mean, I guess it made him a bit overconfident there, didn't expect the speed off the bottom bumper, and it's actually Alex who got that first one done, but regardless, I think not a bad start here for Lockdown.
And Lockdown as well coming up on a flip of their own on Sloth, and Kami carry the one taking a lot of damage here. He will fall off the map there. There's another power play raining him, and actually 2 kills being found already as Giovanni, the one left to rot, also very, very low, will be cracked open on the side of Stagger, and now will fall off the map for the ace, and Kami is able to save it though. Good save from him, as Voss trying to earn their second point as quickly as possible before everything seems to go wrong on their side. It's off of a great save, but Venom Yami is just right there to put it right back into the net.
Yeah, that was a brutal one. I mean, looked somewhat recoverable for a moment there after a nice save from Kami, but yeah, just all this damage just blew up himself early on, and Sloth was not short to follow, so rough start there for Lockdown, but a great start here right now as an interesting angle actually gets him the second barrier before Alex could expect it, and Gio trying to look for something with his ultimate here. Makos is out as well, but Gio is taken off the field, and Kami was unable to convert there, which might come to haunt him, as I think he'll be taken off the map soon enough himself here. Does manage to get the ult while Sloth is in this 1v2, but doesn't matter, he's still sniped off the map by the Mako of Alex, and Giovanni, given time to respawn, has all his cooldowns other than his ultimate, I'm sure, but it's just a matter of time here, trying to stall for Kamikiri to come back online and them to try and start an attack here.
And it seems like this entire team, oh, what an angle, but the entire team of Voss kind of just downplaying this Octavia pick. I mean, kind of saw in that moment where Giovanni gets completely obliterated, but for the most part, not even Chrono Boost can kind of keep them away from not touching the core here. Venom Yami picking up the arrow for the second for another time as Voss try to claim this point for themselves. Flip gone, and Sloth being able to defend it quite perfectly as a 3v3 comes back for the side of Lockdown. Now Red Core going all the way around. Venom Yami bring him to the bottom side as, again, Scream Elves kind of just being procured the rock the entire time. Just the triple lanes on this map variant kind of seems to be the downfall for them now, because Sloth's still able to clear it away. It seems like there isn't a chance for them to score because Sloth is able to keep clearing it away, but Alex again, the core going all the way back to Kami, Kiri, and Giovanni for their offensive setup, but just can't see that everyone, like this, both teams just can't get an offense setup. Even Flip gone for Alex as Giovanni again stuck in a very precarious spot. Will fall off the map as another power play for Voss begins.
Yeah, and eventually, the longer these power plays are going on, the more the Stinger and Wand are just ticking down the forwards of Lockdown here, and eventually the crack is opened. Venom Yami finds it to the top side where Alves can slot it in with that primary, and that was a 3-0 win. I mean, Lockdown, they didn't look out of the game, but if you look at the score, it was Vass's game through and through. I think Alex with some great patience on the defense, using his flips very correctly, and there you go. It's Venom Yami with the first pick here, and he's going to pick up the peak performance. I think makes a lot of sense. And Catalyst actually going to drop. It's going to be denied here by the Mako, but interesting there that, you know, it's not actually first pick, just something that you'd expect from this Awakening. I do really like the Among Titans here for this Octavia, just exactly what you want, the survivability, the speed, and a bit of a size deny from the Rasmus means that Kami's not left with much. Honestly, personally, I would have taken the Glass Cannon, even though you're getting hit a lot. The move speed is nice, but there you have it.
You know, draft looking a bit precarious for the side of Lockdown. I'm not getting really anything from that draft, as everyone's still taking a lot of damage, and Screamos will be missing out on that orb and will actually be knocked into a little poison zone of Obscura. But just look how the entirety of Lockdown are just kind of fighting this attrition war, trying to stay alive, and so far they do get the orbs, and Kami Kiri is able to live on, but Giovanni's still stuck in a very bad spot and will try to be knocked off the map. But again, seems that without the midfielder's control, it just seems like there is just no point, or at least like no counterplay from Voss right now. I mean, Giovanni's still staying alive, but will get the orb too, and it looks like Screamo's the one going to be falling next up.
Yeah, but it's actually Sloth there. Yeah, as you said, I was taking a lot of damage there, but Venom just had his flip, and now Geo in a horrible spot here. I think just in general, this map is rather unplayable for Lockdown in this comp. Kami with a nice attempt there, but just unable to quite find the angle onto Alex's barrier. But Gio's done a great job surviving so far, and Alves still staggered right now. I think Sloth's going to look for a kill confirm, and Alves kind of walked into that one, so a bit of a freebie here. Look on the barrier, but it's shut down by Alex, who, you know, has the catalyst, has a lot of energy generation to himself. Nice primary though by Kami, able to find that first or second rather barrier, and ult comes through from Sloth, trying to work the ball up to Kami. They're trying to feed it into him, as Geo a bit too low to be taking interactions on the ball right now, but still he just needs to find the right strike, and Kami does deliver. He finds it to the bottom corner, and not much Alex can do about that one. So yeah, great play from, you know, whoever was alive basically for Lockdown at any individual moment.
The individual plays from Lockdown, securing their first point of the series, but can this last? Because obviously, with the damage already coming in, it's going to be a very, very long road for them to secure more points, especially with this Rasmus play against the Mako. And again, Venom Yami keeping the core away from that secondary of Giovanni, but they still end up getting the conversion off. And of course, this Octavia just seems to be controlling the map wherever they please. They do lose their secondary, but still, the core is on Lockdown's side for now, because Sloth pairing it off with Giovanni, pushing the core forward. Kamikiri stuck in a really bad spot. Won't fall off the map though, but still in a precarious little spot in terms of stagger. Will still have one evade left, and Giovanni will force Alex to use the flip, but the kill is found. Now Venom Yami pushing the core forward with Scream Owls and flip on the table. We'll use the flip for the first barrier as it is found, and Sloth still having flip ready for the second barrier. The core actually goes all the way back to Alex, and now Kamikiri back online. Can Giovanni find the opening to Kami? And he almost does.
Yeah, nice attempt there. Kami just couldn't find his way around that secondary. Geo trying to use his ult here, but Bit of a misstep from him means that the ball didn't get through. It gets through Venom though, and I think that was risky. I mean, has a lot of faith in Alex. Who else could you have faith in? But great timing on that shot by Gio, by the way. He just knew that that ult was gonna fall. Maybe he walked into it or the core ate it. I don't know, but nice shot there. And yeah, just the opportunities were dropping and Soft was holding it. And yeah, if us aren't finding these kills, you know, it's a scary spot for them, I think. They definitely are relying on it to just beat this core control of the Octavia. But Lockdown doing well to play to allow her to get her life, and somehow that one has just rolled in.
Yeah, the core rolling in on these kind of miracle plays from Kami Carry, earning him MVP at the set. And potentially, oh my god, all 3 sparks in the rotation. A bit sad, because now the Mako can just take Expo for free here. Even though Rasmus gets size, or he gets size here, Mako still has to take Expo here, and Octavia again kind of forced to either take Boca for the health, and yeah they do, or like the Spark of Agility for more speed on their play. But right now, this draft just it's a bit scary, considering that now Mako has 2 Dash Awakenings, and this becomes a lot harder for Lockdown to get through, even though they won the set.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the spark that Sloth opted for. I think the focus spark would have been better. Just, you know, even if you're looking to deny the Zen, you have to consider that he has Siphoning Wand, Stinger here, right? And Gio's just picked up some Stagger, and basically the cooldowns, you know, ticking you down are just going to do a lot of damage alone. So I think the availability is better for the Zen here than, you know, having stronger cooldowns. But regardless, I'm sure Sloth can find some value outside of the cooldown with the power here. Might use it for some red cores, or even they've been finding some damage onto Alves, although as of right now it's Gio. Sloth with some great awareness. I think he walked into that ultimate just so that Gio would be able to evade out of it, and Kami gonna adopt the goalie role, but still, unfortunately for Lockdown, Gio taken off the map here. They're trying to work the ball forward, but I think once it gets back into Lockdown's half, it's a very long day for Sloth, who, you know, doesn't have much health or probably many cooldowns, but he still saved it. Great play.
Very stinging start for Lockdown here, as the core goes red off the flip, and Sloth, not too long for this world, has to use the evade, and he will have no evade left for this time, for this defense at least. But just look how much damage Venom can just do with a single ult. Just kind of crazy. But now Venom Yami pushing the core forwards as the flip is playing very passive in the meantime, trying to let Screamouts do his thing. Giovanni popping the ult and trying to keep their secondary alive, and the core just seems to be going to his side no matter what, and that lets Gio set up a very nice shot to the bottom corner.
Yeah, I mean, after a dominant first set here, it's been 4 goals straight for Lockdown. The kills just haven't been dropping onto Giovanni. He's gotten 2 survivability awakenings, and that's looking to be the deciding factor here. Just the move speed out core controlling the opponents from Gio.
Yeah, and both barriers opening up, and Kami Kuri with a shot to try to put it in. Now, I mean, the Air Orb is going to be very strong into this matchup, at least for everyone here, and Kami Kuri again being knocked around like a domino will fall off the map here, and Giovanni again taking a lot of damage still. He has to back away and will get flipped off of the orb taken. Now he's the one pushing the offense forward, trying to create something out of nothing. Flip goes in, and of course it's Gio that puts it in with the flip. But now, even though he kind of got the point, he is kind of shootable now, and especially the bouncy house, a lot of cheese kills could very much happen here.
Yeah, absolutely could be a threatening situation for him. But it just looks like when he gets the secondary, he's gliding. But speaking of gliding, I mean, can't we just finding both onto Alex there? I guess Alex no cooldowns available, and now, I mean, Gio with the secondary up. We've been here before. I think that the side of Lockdown just gonna take 6 goals in a row somehow. I mean, what incredible play from them here.
Yeah, Kami Kiri, EUSL brawler, putting on the Jets. And of course, Sloth, MVP at the set, has aerials to pick up. That's the 3rd Dash Awakening gone, and for Sloth, it's going to be very, very nice. And we're going to see where this Ad Rush goes, actually. It's Ad Rush from their group start, but it's actually Fire Up that actually falls for Sloth here. 3rd Dash Awakening from Mako will actually take up the Reptile Remedy to make sure no more killing will go on, and Ad Rush actually falling all the way down to Venom. This could be the game changer here, and this time around, Venom with the ad rush is going to be very, very huge difference maker, especially since the forward pair have Stinger here and have been doing a lot of damage coming into this game. And now, of course, set 4, not Sleight of Heart for everyone, going to be the decider here for Voss if they can actually take up this game.
Yeah, I mean, I think this map especially is going to show to us if Voss are going to be able to find kills on Geo in this game, because if you can't find it on this map where there's already some assistance, you know, the quadruple cancer that Geo's playing into here, the tempo stinger wand and then the goo bits just ticking him down permanently, but he's still living, and I think that's just going to display that later on in the set, possibly that's going to be the same story here, and it's actually Alves and Venom who are both staggered. Venom taken off the map already, no Adren Rush procs going to come out here, and Alves completely out of the way. Alex does have his ult, but I think this point is all but over, and kill onto Alex as well.
Yeah, he has to use the flip here, and we'll just send it right down for Kamikiri to just snipe that goal away, that triple size. Well, not the triple size, but the double size, working actually basically triple size. I forgot among Titans is on Geo, but this time the triple size working out to his favor, and now Voss kind of in a bad spot right now, down 1 point already into a game that should have been won from the very start. Now this was their game to lose, but now the ones in control are Giovanni and Kami, both taking both barriers in the double size. Works out once again now. Match point for Lockdown on their map pick.
Okay, I've got 2 predictions for the rest of playoffs. Okay, Voss permabanning Octavia, and we're not going to see Alex on Mako again. That's my prediction here. Regardless, another double barrier found. Kami has flipped. And, I mean, even though the kills found onto Geo... No, okay, never mind. I mean, that was the angle right there. Still, they're in this game. Sloth has a lot of cooldowns here. Nice strike from Kami, gets the ball out. And Sloth is taken low. Adren Rush proc probably available for Venom, but they don't even need it. Yeah, just flip comes out, gets the kill, gets the goal. And yeah, just gets it done.
He's in a pod for all 3 members of Lockdown, trying to buy themselves out, and now potentially again the last point of this set. And of course, what better way can we go about it by taking around a barrier and not coming here? The brawler sub trying to get things done this time around, as 2 flips for the side of Voss. Ready to go. Kamikiri taking a lot of damage here. Will be denied the orb from Benayami, and that puts them in a very advantageous spot right now. Kamikiri just going to take a lot of damage coming into this, but he still has the recovery drone ready to be procced away. Giovanni still retaining his speed, and the first barrier will go, but the second barrier won't save the way by Alex. And again, Scream Alves trying to put his team up for success here, trying to 1v1 Sloth, but just can't seem to do so. We'll lose the core, and the recover drone will be procced away, and now everyone on the side can't be shot. Now Benayami trying to find something onto Giovanni, but Giovanni is too fast. He's able to evade basically everything, but he's still extremely low. We'll back up for the orb, and we'll retain the secondary once again. Sloth playing so well into this. He will lose the second barrier, and the flip is gone from Screamhouse, and now this could be the end of it all for this first map already coming in. Kamikiri pushing the core towards Alex, and Giovanni still trying to stay alive, and we'll get another orb for that part. So now there's just no chance for them to find a kill, but the red core still going away. Scream Out is doing everything he can to put the core in, and Benayami trying to sink it in. Flip goes wide, but the Octavia puts it back in, and now set point on the horizon for Voss.
I mean, Lockdown, if they lose this one, it's going to haunt them. I mean, Kami had basically a free chance in the previous point, and then Geo with the unfortunate own goal there. They've got to get this done, because I think the mental stack is going to be affecting them later on. If they lose even this goal here, it's going to be quite rough to play into. Kami taking a lot of damage here, doesn't have recovery drone anymore, and Giovanni as well quite low. Does get the orb, so we'll be fine, but it's actually Sloth in more danger here. Has a kill somehow found there onto Kamikiri, another one onto Sloth here, and another one soon to follow, I'm sure, onto Giovanni. Nothing he can do, and I mean, it has to be said, Lockdown through that point away, they were up 2-0, and they just couldn't get it done.
Oh no. And now Oh, no. Rapid fire. Up for grabs. Heavy impact up for grabs. This is a straight up, this is crazy. What a carousel. I have no words for this. Everyone not taking anything. Rapid fire will go away to Kami Kiryu, but just look at the damage output on the other side. There's so much to take in, and this time around, Kinslav, he has team player though. It's maybe okay, but the core control might be gone for now. Just what a build from the Zen, and the Zen going to be kind of the killing machine coming into this. And of course, we're on set 5 now. Everyone has scaled properly. And again, Giovanni just not going to be long for this world. Once again, off the map, Kami Kiryu and Sloth trying to put it back into their own hands, but this time around the core seems to be stuck on their side half, and Sloth again not maybe too long for this world, because now the damage is coming in. Venom Yami doing so much damage onto him, and Sloth just has to play life here. He won't even get the orb, and now Sloth in a very dire predicament, but the core is being held down by Kami Kiryu in the offensive slot. Sloth still going to be taken off the map now. And no ad rush proc once again for Venom, still playing the defense as 2 flips online. Maybe a third coming in from Alex, but just look at the damage. Still Kami Kiryu. He's able to play a little bit aggressive with the recovery drone. But still, he still has to play life because now he has flip ready to go. Flip burnt, but will be defended away because now Voss of all 3 flips on their side. Now heading into overtime. First flip burnt by Venom. And Screamhouse trying to get something done still. The offense is working out. Venom Yami is going to not be able to catch that, and now the flip from Gio will not be good.
Whoa. Well played. Yeah, that was an illegal Zen move there. Hey, anyone see that? Anyway, I gotta say, Giovanni's greed in that point absolutely sickened me. He stole his goalie's orb. I mean, maybe it's revenge for all the times that goalies steal orbs, but yeah, he actually just killed Sloth, and it's actually Gio who's killed this time. Venom having the mid orb once again, feels like he's gotten it every single time, but we've seen the holds in the 2v3 power plays that have come out consistently for Lockdown, and once again, I mean, Kami is staggered here, but he still has the recovery drone available to him, and this is a map where, you know, you can somewhat just hang around in the middle, and you'll probably be, you know, it will require a lot to kill confirm you. I guess I spoke too soon though, as he is killed there.
Yeah, everyone focusing their abilities onto Kami Kiryu, proccing the recup drone. Now it's going to be a lot easier for them to find kills legitimately this time around. Kami Kiryu trying to get the core up as Venom Yami still playing very much heavily into this kill. As Giovanni picks up the orb, but will fall off the map. Still again, no ad rush proc for Venom. And again, Kami Kiryu doing all the work here, earning second barrier onto Alex, but still, they're the ones not in control. The damage still a little bit too much for both sides. The core, a little bit miscommunication, but Venom Yami will secure it and put it in for point 2 to be coming down to Voss here. And already, Venom Yami and Alex with flip on their side as we head into the Obscura variant. Oh my god, there's just going to be so much damage into this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, right now though, it's Al's, you know, seeming like he might be in a bit of trouble here. I think he's died a couple times on this map, or at least been staggered, as you know, anyone can kind of catch the smoke on this variant where so much damage can come out. Looks like Kami's going to be the first one staggered here and desperately needs to play his life this time at least. No longer has the recovery drone to fall back on, and if he does soon enough, I mean, Venom is definitely looking to get his adrenaline rush proc right now. He is going to play avoidantly and manage to get the orb here now. A good attack chance here finally for Lockdown. But nothing found just yet. So many cooldowns coming out in this corner. But still, they're just sieging at this barrier. And Alex and his teammates in Vass are just holding it down.
Yeah, Kami Kiryu still in a very tight spot. Will earn that second barrier still as the evades are coming out perfectly for the Brawler. But the KO found and put away. Now 2v3 once again for Voss. And can they confirm it this time? Venom Yami cracked on health as Screamhouse will pop the flip, and we'll actually get Sloth to use his too, so now everything coming back to bite them just a little bit for Lockdown, because now, again, Giovanni and Venom both low, but Venom will get the orb first and will be able to push the core with Screamhouse. The core still going red, and the KO found a way, but Giovanni keeps it alive, trying to put it in, but Venom Yami trying to set up and will set up Alex for that goal, so now a match point on the other side this time for Voss as we head into the Expanse.
I mean, that own goal from Kami, I mean, they have to win so desperately. I don't know, like, it would be so hard mentally to recover after the mistakes that have come out from such a close game here. Although now, Kami getting a lot of damage done onto him, but I think the threat here is actually Gio with the flip, and he does get it done here. And it's looking like they desperately want to put us to set 5.5, but still, have to score this goal here. Venom still has flip, but Sloth has been holding these barriers so well. Unfortunately, it looked like he just had no cooldowns left. Great evade though, and now it's an opportunity for Kami here. His hook comes out, and actually this everything closed off there. Just forced is Alex to strike into the Octavia, and hey, we're in set 5.5.
I think we're back on the Xeno this time around, and the energy economy not looking good for a lockdown on this final point. Everything on the muddy here. Our ult's gone. Flip going to be burnt. GG ping even put in, as now Giovanni and Sloth still cracked on HP, and Screamhouse will be the one to not close it away though, but he's the one who finds the KO once again. Giovanni and Kami carry left in a 2v3. Last at the point, the core going red. Venom Yami putting it right in, sending it home for Voss in this crucial game 1, and I mean the mental might be cooked as Lockdown lose on their map pick.
Yeah, I mean, that's such a tragedy. They were so close, dude. I mean, they were just inches away. But Voss, we're speaking of mental, their mental held strong through that, right? They won the first set very dominantly, and then we're getting completely rolled. 1 goal away from losing in a big upset once again against a substitute brawler. Not something that you would want to have hanging over your head as the first seed going into playoffs. But they held strong and maintained their focus, and were able to just come back completely every time when Lockdown had a chance. It was just Voss finding the punishes on every single mistake the Lock were making. And now, yeah, as we said, it's just got to be Lock. I mean, they've got some bastions of mental. I mean, Sloth known for it, but still, for any team, that's rough to recover from.
Yeah, and I mean, re-looking at this just a little bit, just a game, a little bit scoffed. I mean, Xenobug for fun, going to maybe bite Voss back, but what a crazy win. I mean, the KOs. We have to talk about the KOs, man. 26 KOs. 26 KOs, man. What? How? How did we get here? 2 aces, and they almost lost. I mean, that's a little bit scary. I'll say that much. It's a little bit scary, and I mean, EUSL games can always come down to the one and done. So all good. Honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, just the Octavia. I mean, I pointed it out a lot of times. That Octavia is a very scary character, especially when you get into the later sets. And we'll see if Giovanni pick it up once again. I mean, AtLab going to go for Voss now. Their map pick ready to be taken.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, map pick for Voss here. I gotta say, I mean, my beloved AtLab is returning after being away from, week 6 to 10. It's going to be back for the map pool. I know some people get bored of it, but I'm excited to see it here again. As you said, this is Voss's map pick here, and it is going to be Lock, getting the side select. They did opt for blue, but of course, this is one of those maps where I don't think the map select really matters, because each of these teams, this is certainly the map that they've played the most in scrims, just in their careers, probably. So, yeah, I think everyone's going to be pretty comfortable on it. I will say, I feel like at one time, I do remember seeing Kami say that he's not a fan of AtLab. So that might, be an influencing factor in this game. But regardless, plenty of experience on both teams here. So, yeah, we'll have to see. I think with the blue side here, there's lots of choices. They could once again go for this Drakkar. I think the Drak looked really nice for Sloth here. I think I wouldn't be too surprised if they just first picked it again. Even, within those 2v3s, Sloth was able to keep composed and hold it down very nicely. And possibly, on a start with a bit less damage without the stinger, it could hold even better.
Yeah, with Voss, I mean, still very much in the driver's seat for this game and already getting into this draft pretty much made. And I see that is a very what a start actually, crazy start for us. I don't think it's even on stream yet, but yeah, I was gonna talk about the last map actually, Oni Village. Are you excited for another Oni's Village game? I can't wait to spend 43 minutes of my life sitting here casting. Core goes red, goes all the way around once again, around the world again and again and again and again and again. I love doing that. It's what makes the caster experience very fun.
You know what? As a spectator, I understand you, but I feel like I would be too big of a hypocrite if I said that I'm not excited to see Oni Village because I think my team
No.
picked it. I think my team picked it very often, in the regular season. So I don't want to be called out as a hypocrite here. So I'm gonna say, golly gee, I'm excited to spectate some MATLAB, and hopefully Lockdown take us to Game 3 on Oni Village. Yeah, so we're gonna, like you said, we're gonna head into this draft soon. Outside of the Drek, which I spoke about, on the other side, I mean, the enemy team picks, especially this Estelle Zen, just complete comfort picks there. I mean, you think of, I mean, maybe for Venom you think of Rune a bit more, but of course the Zen for Alves and the Estelle not too uncomfortable. And I must say, I mean, Alex I thought looked really good on the Mako. I did say I think he wouldn't pick it again, just because it seems like in this matchup, right, the Mako kind of only moves the ball forward. Into the Octavia with just by nature of her abilities. I mean, she has the ult to trap Octavia sometimes, but Octavia's just usually a bit too fast to get caught. And yeah, the secondary means that you can't really go for those back passes that you might try and play for to play it away from the Octavia as easily as you might want to. So a bit of an annoying matchup here. But anyway, we're going into this draft here. We've got Glass Cannon and Demolitionist, so definitely a change of pace here. Of course, still a Speed Awakening, but not as much damage coming out. And once again, Locke. Gonna ban this Kai. They've just decided that that is the one thing they don't want to play into, and I think probably it's the Kai of Alex they don't want to play into here. Now, possibly they still want this Rasmus. I thought Kami looked really good, especially once he got some size, which he could get straight away with the Demolitionist. And we see Vas here just going to ban Atlas again, so bit of a classic. Hey guys, take the Drek, do the thing, guys, do it again. Yeah, let's see what Lockdown want to first pick here.
Oh, the Estelle coming out.
Oh,
Yeah, I think yeah, this is definitely a Giovanni Estelle not wanting to play into the Octavia once again, and Voss going to be in a dilemma. I think maybe has the Zen to pick up because again the midfielder is already gone and away. Maybe even like I mean I'm curious to see what Venom will pick here. Could be
yeah,
the Rune, yeah, really anything.
it could be. I think absolutely it could be the Rune, as you said. I think, yeah, Drek and probably Zen. I think are just what us are gonna pick. Those are what they're focusing. But yeah, as you mentioned, I think the Rune really likes Glass Cannon out of all midfielders. He likes to play off ball a lot, and you know Venom, the most prolific rune in EU, so wouldn't be too surprised if he just picked it here. I think he probably likes it as a matchup into the Estelle, just stylistically. You know, don't have to take any strike wars versus her. You just get to put down those pillars, and it is the Zentaro here. Yeah, very brave drafting from both of these teams so far. I wonder what Sloth is gonna opt for. Honestly, I think. Possibly in terms of defensive goalies, there's the Dubu and the Asher who like both of these awakenings, I think. But I'm honestly surprised seeing how prioritized the Atlas and the Drek have been that they didn't just opt for it. So yeah, I wonder what Sloth has in his locker here on the goalie side.
Locker, you say? Ha ha ha! Yeah, you get it. You get it. Oh my god, it's a crazy pun. I'm so sorry. I apologize. What can Sloth pick? I mean, he might just go Asher here. Actually, this Asher pick looks pretty strong, especially with Glass on the board. They're going to be waiting their pick outs. But let's talk about the Julia Estelle. Actually, Julia Estelle, I think, very very strong. I think on this map in particular. Yeah, there we go, the Asher. So very much lockdown goalie. Haha. Okay, I'm gonna stop. But Juliet and Estelle on the other side for the front line against what Alex might pick here. He has a lot to choose from, actually. He will actually pick up the... Oh, whoa, the rune coming out, so... Okay, yeah, this might be Zentaro rune, and then Jakar go away.
Yeah.
What, I
Yeah.
love Jakar go away.
Yeah, I mean, not anything too surprising, I think, from both teams. Um, yeah, as you said, we see the rune here for Venom. Makes a lot of sense for them, and they just dropped it to last because, of course, I think they weren't afraid of the rune being taken after the Estelle was picked up. So nice drafting. I think, yeah, I think honestly, I would have maybe liked the Dubu a bit more than the Asher here. I wonder what Sloth is going to go for out of Glass Cannon and Demo. I think that yeah, it just depends on how he's going to play it. There's a lot of options. He can go, Strike Shot or Pauldrons. Probably the top two that he could opt for here. Just depends. I think Strike Shot can be quite nice into the Rune Zen, and in particular, if you were playing into something like the X or the Julie, you might just want to outsize them and just pick up the Pauldrons and maybe even the demo as well. But when they want to play around you a bit more, like the Zen Rune want to, possibly the strike shot will be better. But it is actually going to be the Pauldrons Glass Cannon for him here. Glass Cannon going to be picked up by Geo and Alex as well. But Venom actually opting for the Demolitionist here. And it's actually Van Brace onto Alves here. So that's interesting. A bit afraid of the damage potential on the enemy team here.
Yeah, this core. The team for Voss. A bit. It kind of balances out the claim potential for Free Valves, and also just how Venom likes to play this character. Very, very strong, and already coming out double banish, almost knocking Giovanni off, and Sloth a little bit too slow to react. Didn't think the angle will work out as Alex earns the first goal of this set.
Yeah, nice play from Alex there, just making use of the glass cannon here. We know he's going to be walking up, trying to get active, despite playing a pick that, less plays for it than his traditional picks of like Amy Vice, which I very much doubt we'll see in this playoffs, but still has the spirit of walking up inside him. And yeah, I mean, just his pressure and the rotations that Vass are finding, just completely playing the ball around Locke. And yeah, it just looks like there's a severe core control diff so far.
The rusting on the iron of the lockdown is going to be a little bit interesting. And already a banish coming in from Kami Curia, and he's going to be very, very low into this. We saw last game how he was able to actually get a lot of these evades out. He was very, very good with the evades, but this time around he will fall off the map as Venayami putting the core forward to make sure that no power play coming out of the top, almost being able to kill Scream out there, but thankfully he does evade away. And yeah, you said earlier just how Sloth is playing around this offense is going to be very interesting. The Asher is able to get a lot of these interactions where she's able to just put it away, but this time around the banish coming through, and Venom Yami going to be put in a bit of a weird spot because the flip going to kill him basically. And now Scream Alves trying to put it away, but Alex is the one actually who gets the core and puts it into the top side, sliding it in, and there we go. Voss, another set win, first set win actually, and Alex MVP. See what he can take here. He has a spark of agility as well as 1-2 punch.
Yeah, I think could opt for, like you said, I like the Spark here as an option. Of course, Heavy is quite good on Drek, but having the Zentaro behind you probably means you want to drop it. Asha is going to take it. It's a nice awakening for her, just a bit of cooldown reduction. And as you said, the peak performance, I think probably mostly a deny away here. 1-2 punch going over to the Zentaro, just a classic. And the Among Titans here for Rune, combined with the Demolitionist. I feel like I mentioned this combo every time, that people always pick Demolitionist and Among Titans. Just 10% speed right there. And Kami finally going to get the Berserker. I think that's quite a nice awakening, just depending on where the damage is going to drop in this game.
And Kami trying to do the damage actually this time around, as Giovanni will be staggered here and will get vanished off. So Giovanni the one taking a lot of this damage, and no KO found though, but the goal will actually go all the way around. Sabwoods, but earns a second on the bottom side, and the strike war again won by Scream Out, putting Voss in a very, very good spot. And again, the Vicious Vambrace actually kind of maybe working out in Scream Mouse's favor as long as he can just get damage done, and DP again once missed, but the ult does connect and will not earn the second barrier though. Defense playing good so far, but a nice try from Giovanni puts it away, and again a nice evade and a good kill from Kami Kiri, the one putting it in, and now they're left to defend, and Kami Kiri again getting a good evade out, saving his energy, and Giovanni having the flip ready, doesn't even need to use it as the piercing shot connects onto Venom.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, great evade and awareness from Kami there, and able to find the kill also onto Alex. And I think Giovanni having that glass cannon was a huge factor in that one, alongside, of course, the spark of agility. Kill comes out here as well from Kami, the Julie just blowing up the Zentaro there. And yeah, as I mentioned, I think that having the glass cannon advantage playing into Rune, who doesn't really, hit the enemy midfielder, it's quite nice for this Estelle to have. Of course, there's a Zentaro on the field, but, when the net is more open, when it's double open net situations and everyone's a bit more spaced out, Giovanni has a lot of freeness to just walk around and take those up, but Al's finding a nice barrier onto Sloth there, as well as a lot of damage onto Gio, so rough situation for sure for Lockdown right now.
Yeah, lockdown being put on skates, especially Giovanni evading for the orb and could get shot at any moment here. Flip coming out from Kami Kiri, setting up the offense on the bottom side. Banish coming through will actually put Kami Kiri on edge. KO found in Sloth, left to defend in the 1v2. Now Venom Yaya pushing the core forward, and the flip coming out from Sloth. A great save, and now flip coming in, but it's not even needed again. Alex putting it in with the kind of cross map ult in the play. Yeah, Zubimo definitely deserving of that play, and energy economy still very, very strong for Voss here. Basically 2 flips up for grabs for them here to be able to use it for this play.
Yeah, that flip from Alves, I mean, of course, it looked like a whiff flip, but I think the strike straight forward into the Drek ult was kind of uncharacteristic of Gio, and I expect he maybe had another cooldown, maybe the secondary backwards that he was planning, so the stun might have actually mattered there, despite it looking, a bit like a misplay. I'm not certain what the plans were here. Sloth trying to hold,
Ooh.
and it's Kami Kiri taken off the field. He's taking a lot of damage, and once he takes the damage, he just needs a tiny bit of time to get the Berserker damage pumped out, but just was completely one-shot before he could get it through, as Gio has built his way up to a flip somehow, despite all the damage pressure, and probably going to opt to use it on the offense here soon enough, trying to work on this top side, and Kami with a nice dash punch and strike to just get this second barrier off. Venom taking a bit low here, but Banish found onto the enemy midfielder. Still taking too much damage here, I think, for his comfort.
Ooh.
As a nice attempt comes out by Kami. Look for a dash punch as a kill is found, and a strike war onto both players. Especially onto Alex though by Kami Kiri, and just slots into the bottom side. I mean, Kami looks to have come alive in the second set.
Greedy flip from Venom Yami put away, and now this time the economy of the energy is a little bit equal, maybe, for both Brawler on the side of Voss, and Lockdown's goalie going to be the ones who can make a difference here. Flip gone, and he actually won't take his own barrier here. W Sadboy's angle for the most part, and of course back on the defense, Kami Kiri's been doing a very good job with Giovanni putting the skates on and trying to just go around the Jakar, but the Jakar a little bit too strong here, as Venom Yami is still stuck in a very bad spot. Very low, it has to play life here, but will be chased around and of course able to get away, and Sloth still has his flip ready to go on the defense. Hasn't opted to use it at all, and I mean, it makes sense comparatively since he hasn't been hit at all, and the glass cannon is still very much alive and well for him, as Voss trying put the core in. The flip will not be used from Sloth, and Venom Yami will be able to put the goal in and tie up the points 4.5.
Yeah, just miscoordination on the strikes on the back line for Gio and Sloth there. You saw Gio use the strike earlier than Sloth expected, and that caught him off guard, and he kind of panicked trying to dash and wasn't able to get the flip off in time as well. Now it's Gio taking a bit of damage here, and that's not what you want to see. They've been trying to, shift their playstyle a bit to get a lot of damage pressure onto Venom, and it's been working out so far. But with Geo kind of off the field, basically, you've got Sloth, a melee character, and Kami, a melee character, and the ball is just going to be run in circles around them while Geo is out of the play.
Giovanni picking up the orb and keeping them alive for the most of it. The second barrier does fall, and a bunch of strikes, all won by the Zentaro of Scream Out, is able to put that one in. And of course, Venoyami MVP going to be taking up everything. Oh, there's a lot. There's even Hotshot on the board too. Hotshot, very scary. And I think, yeah, this just goes straight to Ruin. Even who cares about extra special? This Hotshot is going to be what seals the deal and possibly the fate of Lockdown coming in to this potentially last set here. I wonder what could possibly happen coming into that. I mean, like, Alex having the team player, Hotshot on the Rune, and Size, even Recovery Drone for the Zentaro. Going to be a very, very hard game to come back from for the side of Lockdown here. And already coming in, both barriers will be taken. The banish comes through, and the core will slowly drift in, but it is saved out in time as Venom Yami connects to the bottom side once again, pushing the core forward. Their goal, great save from Alex, losing not a single barrier in that interaction. He's the one pushing up, and again, Scream Mouse is just able to play around this Asher. Going to be very dire as the strike forces need to be won from the side of Lockdown. They're getting a little bit desperate here. They will earn their first barrier on the bottom side as they work up to the bottom quarter here. Very, very long play coming in, but again, Slav able to save it away, but the double banish comes through and the Rune Pillar being taken away, and Venom Yami pushing it away. Will have flip for this interaction, and so does Slop, but he's unable to use it once again, being hit stunned by Scream Mouse, be put in a very weird spot.
Yeah, I mean, to go back to the draft for a moment, I'm very much not a fan of Geo picking the aerials here. I know, it's a very popular Estelle Awakening, and he's the Estelle guy, but I think it's just very much not going to help their kind of structural issue right now of getting the ball just played around them completely, just playing into characters that have more range than they do. And yeah, with the double red core, when it hits over time from the hot shot and the team player, I think it's going to be even harder for this Pauldron's Asher to deal with anything in the open net. Just going to have to, pray that the barrier never drops, but it's a very tough affair to handle when, the midfielder is just out of commission for, a long periods of time here.
Yeah. When the plays do come around, though, Giovanni is able to capitalize on them, earning that second barrier very quickly, and a lot of energy being used. Double banish comes alive. One person off the map too. Kami, Kiri, and Sloth once again in the spot. Try to bring a home team player value coming online and the brawler endlessly fed the core and will take a lot of damage here. Ult comes online. Core goes red. Yami online the kill. Definitely sealing it home because now Voss are on match point and series point on their map pick.
Lockdown, this is your playoffs. You want to stay on this winner's side. This is the moment to lock in and focus up. But right now, it's still looking all Vast favored. They're just getting everything on the defense even. Can't find their way through Venom and still just having these problems with the ball just played around them. Alex is just wherever he wants to be on the map. And it's still just... I mean, there just isn't an adaptation, a change coming out of Lockdown here to recover so far. I mean, still they've got their final barrier for now, but Al's has a flip and just going to pop it, get the barrier, and this is looking doomed.
Doom comes around, Sloth with flip, Yami pushing it back around. Dribble is good, and Giovanni unable to win a single interaction. He's going to be stuck there, but Venom dies actually. This could be the chance for them to try to bring the energy back, but Alex still in the driver's seat, pushing the core forward. Strike shot will be missed, but still, the core just isn't going onto offense. There's no transition. Nothing is stopping Voss from firing the kills and setting up the play. Now power play online, Sloth still with flip, and it could all be at a moment's notice. Half splitter down, and of course, two flips maybe coming in for Lockdown, but the core just isn't coming their way. Now, Giovanni
earning that second beer off of a missed strike from Alex, and Sloth still with Flip though. Can they bring it home? Flip goes wide, and Kamikuri sets it in with a punch to give themselves a little bit of air to breathe, but still, Flips for both goalies could make a difference. And just look at the energy economy. It's still favored towards Voss here.
Yeah, I mean, Kami completely understood the assignment there. Gio kind of hoping for a miracle with that flip, and Kami was that miracle in that play. But they need to repeat that success here. I think, what's worked well for them is finding the damage onto Venom Yami. But the problem is, I don't know how repeatable it is. Baskin kind of forced the ball to be played through the Zentaro, who has a Van Brace and does a lot of damage, has recovery drone. And the damage that comes onto Alves doesn't really matter with those awakenings and that gear. So yeah, unless they're able to once again find the damage and the kill onto Venom, it just looks all over. Unfortunately, Venom was able to strike on that flip. Misplay comes out from Alex there, which does give a moment of glory to the side of Lockdown, but it's fleeting. And unfortunately for Sloth, the pillar right where he wanted to clear. And that's Voss taking this one in a dominant fashion in the second game. So close in the first one, but eventually Lockdown has fallen to the losers bracket.
And the rusted chains on that lock, a little bit too much to handle all the weight bearing down on them on Voss. And of course, Voss just saw another dominant performance as the first seed. Alex with 4 KO is actually the one doing all of the KO confirming. I mean, as Drek, I mean, definitely a I go confirm kill, har 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 moment. As Voss are in winner's final. They're going to be the 1 seed coming into this, and unfortunately Lockdown be knocked down all the way to the lower bracket, but anything can happen. Cinderella stories only come once in a blue moon, and this might be the time for the blue moon to rise, as we're going to go into a little bit of break here, set up the next matchup, Blob versus Wildcards, as we're going to be in a little bit of break. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
And hello, everyone. Welcome back to our second winners semifinals game of the day. I'm back again with SMG, and we're here to bring you probably the most cursed matchup of all time. Going to be Wildcards versus Blob Gap, and this time around, a lot of hot things are indeed happening. The most winningest EUSL player, Venom Zarhynef, is not playing today, but the guy who's made the most finals, Cookies, is playing today, so maybe that evens out. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, talking of players, as you said, Zal's not going to be here, so they're going to have Dinfar in. Now, Dinfar, I mean, I think, his results so far this EUSL do not speak to how good he is as a player. I think he's lost all of his series. But yeah, outside of that, he's a really good player. I mean, a few people I know would call him the best midfielder in Europe, which is surprising for a player who's not playing in EUSL. And perhaps more importantly, hey, he gives Lucas a bit of trouble when they play. That's all I'll say about it. But I'm sure Lucas is not going to be a fan of playing into him. Maybe even would have preferred to play into Zar just based on the matchup. But outside of that, we're on Night Market here, which was the pick of wildcards here, I believe. And they're going to first pick Drakkar here. I think that's a theme we're probably going to be seeing throughout the playoffs. Just the first pick Drek coming out. It's just safe, strong, and consistent. I think it's probably going to be on Nero, but could go over to Ivy as well. Depending. But on the other side, a nice pickups here. The Now and the Juliet here going for Din and Cookies. I mean, I'd be surprised if this was Now goalie. I think it's more likely that another defensive goalie is going to be picked up here. Hey, if one of these goalies whips out the Rune, I will be so happy with them at LAN. Hey, I'll give them a cookie, but I would be super surprised to see that here. We've got Estelle, and it's actually going to be the Asher Brawler, presumably, here just for Ivy, and the Dubu goalie for Yodes. So, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, this is a very. I mean, this is one of like the most interesting drafts I've seen so far. I mean, Hotshot 1-2 punch is like it's a very standard like draft. It's like I don't know. It like tickles my brain in a good way, I think, and yeah, it's very very interesting. And I think Drakkar for Ivy going to be burger boxing it once again on this map, and I'm a little bit surprised about kind of just a team comp, but I don't think I should be too surprised because obviously the Now very very strong as like a matchup in general. Now is just a crazy like good character. I mean, you've seen the stuff in NA. I've seen a lot of like crazy like strike resets and like mix-ups on Now. Like it's kind of like mechanically it's a very very like amazing mechanical pick, and like whoever's this is like Dinfar running the Now here, and of course if there's a Dinfar, where's the Din close, you know what I mean? Because now he's going to be playing very very close up with all of these Now primaries, winning all the strike wars against the other midfielder.
Yeah, something going to be up close and personal with Lucas. Hey, fun fact here, something I learned on the pre-show from courtesy of Swifty. Hotshot in the EUSL regular season was the most common starter awakening, so we're seeing it once again here in the playoffs. So, got to show up. But outside of that, I think that the matchup that cards have opted for is basically they've said, okay, you're going to pick Now, and then we'll just wait. And we'll try and match it into what we want to play into it, which is some range with the Estelle here. Don't want to be, as you said, the situation where Din is going to be close and personal with Lucas is not where Lucas wants to be. He wants to be far away, hit stunning, making use of the hot shot cooldowns, and just trying to avoid those strike wall interactions with the Now. And it's going to be, the onus is on Din to try and approach and force Lucas into those uncomfortable situations here. And we'll have to see. I'll say, I mean, hey, I'm a big fan of Din. I think he might just be the best midfielder we got, but I think that his Now is not his best pick. I think his specialty leans more towards the Estelles, the Amy's, characters of those that nature, even the Kai a bit more, which is similar to now, but I think the ranged hits on characters are where he really shines. So I think despite this being a matchup where Din usually gets the better of Lucas, I think in terms of characters here, Estelle is going to be really comfortable for Lucas, and I think has a nice matchup into the now. And Din, I think he's been playing it more recently, but I don't know if it's his most comfortable pick this now.
Yeah, we're gonna get started already. Coming into this, Ivory lies on the Asher. Actually, it is very W Dracoli, and going to be trying to combat the Juliet of the rookie Cookie himself. I mean, if you're gonna give a cookie to anyone at LAN, this might be the time to give that cookie to him. But the cookie right now is going to be playing in this game, and of course, only the brawlers taking up the 1-2 punch, and everyone else going for the hot rod. And Yodsman, keep an eye out on him. He has momentum boots. We're going to see whether or not this Asher gets outsped by the fast little big hamster as we already get started getting into this. And already going to talk about just how Lucas and Ivory Lies are just very, very strong together, winning a lot of these interactions together. And obviously on the other side, the forward duo of Dinfar and Cookies, two kind of potential great teammates if they are set up properly. And of course the rookie Cookie gets it done, setting up with the Julio and putting it in.
Yeah, I mean, that was just dominant fashion there. A nice dash punch on Nero's strike shot was what broke that second barrier down. And just, even despite the attempts to play the side swap, switch away from the members of Blob Gap, the gaps and the distance was just closed down by these forwards here. And what? I just a kill found. I guess Ivy dashed to the top side and was caught off guard there, and now the offense once again looming here for Blob Gap, but a bit of a misstep there by Yodes maybe gives an opportunity here for the side of lockdown.
And another KO found away by Cookies, and Nero, unable to defend that, is going to be stuck in a little bit of a predicament here. Eater of Worlds eating away at the goal, and rookie Cookie again there to just put it in. And of course with this, they're up 2-0 in points, and especially speaking, the Juliet actually opting not for the kill position, but instead for the slicks. And I mean, it still works out in the end, I think, because of just how much damage and how much pressure they're doing with the DP. And almost a good kill for Yodsman, almost killing Ivory Elias there. But on the other side, Nero earning that second bear and the flip gone, as well as, again, W sound mixer audio there, as we're just unable to hear a single thing in that point.
Yeah, I think a somewhat awkward kill attempt from Yodsman. I'm not sure what that was, but regardless, it's a wildcard's advantage for the first time in this series so far, and a great dash into strike combination there by Ivy gets the stun onto Yodsman, who, without having secondary, doesn't really have much counterplay to that, where, having no evade.
And speaking of evades, the energy economy very much on the side of wildcards, trying to pick up another point and recreate their success of that third point. And a great kill found away by Ivory Elias, the Burger Boxer, getting it done in the moment as wildcards in a great advantage so far, having a lot of map control, path splitter down, and the record rotated all the way back around. And I think it's the same exact thing with playing just against a melee goalie in general, where you have to just rotate the core no matter what, because as soon as they're able to get into position to put it in, it becomes very rough. And of course, flip gone away by Nero. No barriers found on that attempt, but the first one will be taken away by the Eater of Worlds. Flip ready to go for Ivory Elias, trying to find anything, maybe even a kill, maybe a little bit of a cheese kill with the primary, but won't seem to happen, because now core on the other side, stopped away by Yodsman and trying to be put in. Ivory Elias with the flip will be denied away, and the ult will come in just in time to secure that top side offense. Platformer again down, and Eater of Worlds still a little bit low though, but it is the now that still lives and stands over time now on the cards. And of course the cards are putting up a lot of pressure here. Flip gone by Dinfar, and a confirm from Cookies not being able to be found though, and of course the core still going red. Yodsman holding it down for the most part. Second barrier falls, and Ivory Elias trying to find a connection with Lucas. Core goes to top side. Will the evade come out? And almost a mix-up, bouncing it off the middle side, won't be found. Cookies again stops on the DP, and Ivory Elias is trying to get into position, but of course the core is still going for red, and The Dubu log,
Oh,
what was
no.
that bounce?
That was the ult. It just bounced in the top. There was just a stray pumpkin there and caught you completely off guard. I gotta say, Nero had an incredible evade strike early on, or I guess relatively early on in that point, to save his final barrier against Cookies' ult. And that just kept them in the game. And Wildcards, they've kind of figured things out here. They've adapted and found what they need to be doing. The flips from Ivy, though, are still, back to back. They've been getting shut down on the defense,
Oh,
and
no.
the dash punch finds a double barrier, and all of a sudden, Wildcards had the momentum going into this, had 2 goals in a row, but now the open net just gives the advantage wholly and truly to the side of Blobgap.
Blobgap trying to put on the pressure onto the rookie Cookie, putting up the Jakara, the dash, everything being committed. The defense still holds strong, perhaps sort of even expended for the defense, and Dinfar and Yodsman have flip ready to go, but Cookie's out of the play for the moment. Will have to back up for the orb, and of course, they're still holding extremely strong on this defense. Nero forced to fight with the direct shotgun. And I realized trying to get the core back down to Lucas to try to set up a play for themselves, but the top corner is still occupied by 2 members of Blobgap, trying to put it in. Core goes red all the way around as Cookies trying to send it forward, but again, the core just isn't being able to be put down to the Asher's hands. The Asher just unable to get anything. He will have to burn the flip to try to get the evade clear, and it actually works out but the flip on the other side. Eater of Worlds putting it in for rookie Cookie to sink the deal. What a great pass, what a great find to set up the 0.5 win for Blobgap as he take the first set of this first match.
First of all, I gotta say, banger first set. But what a pass from Din around the Asher ult, just barely finding the angle, and he's rewarded with the first pick here. I'd say, not the traditional now awakenings that you'd love to see, but of course the team player are going to be really strong for any midfielder. The Drakar going to get missile prop here. Doesn't matter too much on a direct goalie. The bulk up very nice though for this Juliet here, alongside whatever Yod's not getting much here. I think this Asher going to be very happy with the glass cannon. If Ivy's going to be able to keep up those stacks of it, and this Aerial's classic for Estelle, who's Lucas already worked up to a nice build and going to help with their game plan of just moving the ball away from the midfield of Din.
Trying to find an angle, almost one barrier found for Cookies, trying to push the core forwards, but Nero still holding strong in the back line, and Yodsman will have to commit the roll for that to get the save off. Dubulog going to be expended away, but the core finds a slight little gap in the log, and of course Lucas able to totally capitalize on that. Will actually not end up earning on any barrier at all. I mean, this defense from Blobgap is holding on so strong, and I think it's just because of the double creations. Like, you have one creation ready to beat everything, but still the strikes are good from Lucas, but they do lose their second barrier though, so now open barrier position for both sides at the moment. And again, Lucas with flip can use it on the offense, but he isn't in position to do so. Ivory Lies trying to keep the core away from the top side, making sure nothing can get past, and everything trying to be expended here as Blobgap are putting on the brakes. Flip will be expended for Ivory Lies. Will shoot it right back up to Yodsman. The KO found. What a great KO find, and now the one to do it all will actually be Lucas.
That was Din. Team player, he just shot it.
The team player back.
Oh no. Yeah, I mean, tragedy there. The kill was great from Cookies, punishing that flip, but yeah, just unable to capitalize. I mean, mistakes like that happen, so I doubt that Blobgap will let it affect them too much, but already the offense from Wildcards is looking great. Flip is forced from Yoden as Ivy found a great strike there. I don't know how she managed to work it around them, but another great strike there off the back.
Yeah, great finds, and of course, one trickle can lead to a stream, as already Wildcards going to be up 2-0 in the point section for themselves. I mean, the draft kind of working out for them in the end, because the missile prop kind of doing a lot of work against the Juliet, putting them in really weird spots and having to play a little bit more ranged away. Path Splitter knocking the core a little bit off the reins, and again, Dinfar earning 2 barriers for that interaction will be able to put themselves in a slightly better position with 2 flips ready to go. And of course the log stunned out, and 1 barrier will be taken as Ivory Lies continues to hold the offense down. And again, back pass coming in, log, and every primary being expended onto this play. And of course, great strike by Ivory Lies once again to open up the net, and 2 flips still for Blobgap. How will they use this? Use these 2 flips, especially if they're not able to get into position to really do anything. Everything committed onto this path splitter being found, and of course, still nothing for the side of Blobgap. Actually, the Tofu Fortress will be used and expended, but they just can't seem to be in the position to even do anything on offense. As overtime on the board now. And of course, that 1-2 punch value for Ivory Lies could seal the deal here. Great, 2 flips wasted, and it's okay because now wildcards, they have a chance to bring this back with their energy advantage. Oh no, I think someone died. It's okay. We're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep speedrunning this, and of course, already coming into this, Ivory Lies still very fast into this, getting the speed off of the bottom side. 1 barrier taken, but the other one quickly taken away by the rookie Cookie. And of course, strike shot value not found, but the shotgun still looking good as the defense still holds on as Lucas puts it in past the now drone. Pass splitter again expended for the defense, and Yo's been pushing up very, very far up, and of course with flip ready to go, he's already in. The Dubu is playing the midfielder, and he has to just walk back. The walk of shape just a little bit as the KO found from Ivory Lies, taking away the log and putting themselves up for success now on the bottom side of the long corner of Lucas being pushing the core, rotating it around, and again, the rotations are coming in, but the core just can't be touching the barrier. Yotsman still holding it down and will not even need to use flip for that defense, as the defense still continuing on. Rookie Cookie back online, and Nero trying to just shove it away to Ivory Lies, but he ends up getting killed in the process. Flip gone now, as again, Blobgap trying to find really anything on this offense. Flip not going to be but still going to be having a lot of value now because the primary is good. The team player passes are still good, and a beautiful secondary redirect from Rookie Cookie sets up another 0.5.
Yeah, I mean, power plays are only as good as what you get from them, and wildcards just weren't able to convert. As you said, Yost didn't even have to use his flip, and it was actually a kill right after from Rookie Cookie there. I mean, Julie looking disgustingly weak on that. I mean, he completely 100-0'd Ivy. Does have a great build for the Juliet, but still was a lot of damage there. Ivy maybe just wasn't expecting, as he's hunting for her once again. Ivy's been doing a great job of self-peeling with those Asher cooldowns. But still, it's an advantageous spot right now with the offense being on the side of Blobgap here, trying to work on this bottom side. Din evading the kill attempts, but still, I mean, this series so far has just been so close, and it's actually wildcards that break the limit first, trying to get their first set here. Would be disastrous for them to lose 2.5s in a set, as they're doing some flashy pass plays. Nero, I think, desperately looking to walk up here, but no opportunity being given just yet. And it's actually Lucas who has the opportunity right now. Flip is forced from him, as still Ivy on the top side, nothing found by her. The defense just holding so many strikes coming out, perfectly placed for Blobgap. Eventually it trickled through, but nothing found. Still Din low on health here, gonna have to play for the orb, but his teammates will walk up. The strike is found around. I don't know if that. I don't even know how that got shot so fast. I guess it was 1-2 punch that Ivy has, and maybe the glass cannon. But incredible core speed just find its way around.
Yeah, 1-2, beautiful dribble into just a free goal here, and Nero MVP. Not really the greatest awakenings on Drek, but Monumentals will just has to be denied away. That Monumentals will be so strong, and Kurtabu's actually being put onto now. Not too shabby for them. So kind of Blobgap kind of just winning this draft just off of pure not really coincidence, but just like I guess just the unluckiness that Drek MVP just won't be able to really get anything here. But yo, Missile, didn't you know that Missile Prop, well, not Missile Prop, did you know that Monumentals is actually a good awakening in Jakar? It makes his creation of the ult a lot better, you know? Surely.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, Nero being a bit of a fan here, you might call it. I don't know if it was actually beneficial. I mean, he didn't have anything else that was particularly good. But still, the Chrono Boost on now, I think, is just arguably better on this map than the Monu, and we're seeing the work the Blob Gap are doing on the offense. They're finding the barrier and the damage on Ivy simultaneously, and that's the spot that you hate to be in if you're wildcards.
Yeah, I realize we'll have their recovery drone procced away as Yode's been playing the offense. Very nice. And of course the creation, I mean, just basically subbing creation. The second barrier will fall. A little bit of a bad defensive spot for Dinfar to be in. Tofu Fortress committed away to the top side as still a flip for Cookies and for
1-2.
Dinfar, but a great strike from Ivory Lies again, angle maxing their way to find the corner on the top side this time.
Yeah, I mean, Ivy's just abusing his 1-2 punch in the overtime so well. Unfortunately, I mean, you know, Yodes and Din, when they were in Mickey Mouse Clubhouse, that goalie swap, something that they played for a lot, but I guess, you know, they haven't played with each other for about a season, so the rust just, you know, got to them a little bit, the lack of synergy, and their barrier did drop, which, you know, enabled Ivy to get into that open net spot. You know, Ashe are not traditionally a character that you would associate with great open net scoring, but with the 1-2 punch, Ivy looking like absolutely a menace here. She actually is able to survive. I think didn't look for a cheese kill with Flip there, but was wasted there. Cookies still going to have his, but still, I mean, Wildcards since winning that set have been looking rather dominant here.
Wildcards again. Not
1-2.
even needing overtime to actually proc that. Again, another 1-2 proc mentioned by SMG. Just beautiful brawling from the Burger Boxer herself. And now with 2 flips and pretty much 3 coming on to Lucas, we'll be going to see if all 3 flips will be used for this offense. 1 doesn't need to be used as the first barrier falls, and Ivory Lies still in an advantageous spot. Will actually burn the flip, and now could be prone to being KO'd. DP missed away by Cookies, and Nero being able to use it will actually trade it off by Yodesman, as now energy kind of reset as, again, Cookies with a flip raring to go, trying to find anything, maybe even a kill to get Ivory Lies off of their feet, as, of course, back to the drawing board for wildcards. Flip gone, and thankfully Ivory able to catch that one. Will able to open up the goal barrier for them. Wildcards playing the defense now. Great, 1 barrier taken, and again, Cookies doing a lot of damage here. Will win a lot of these interactions. Strike comes out. Nero too young to fall for those, and of course, Dinfar still has flip ready to go, and they're just playing the defense so perfectly as the rotation comes into the bottom side. Nothing found though. Core still stalled away. Damage being dealt as Lucas catches that off of a simple ult flick, and now Wildcards back up in points. A crazy 3-0 start to this. And of course, rapid fire ad rush, everything being on the board. What a crazy carousel compared to the last one.
Yeah, I mean, I think Lucas, of course, would have liked the Catalyst to peak the FOF here, but of course, the Rapid Fire too good. I don't like that by Din. He's just giving over Catalyst. I think now is really good with Catalyst as well. He's taking a lot of chip from the Estelle, and of course, has a lot of hits just by nature of having low cooldowns. So yeah, I think giving that over to Ivy is rather scary, bit of a draft misplay in my opinion, but outside of that, size pickup for Duvo is quite nice, as well as the FOF onto the Juliet here. I mean, if you look just at the Awakenings, you know, the side of Blobgap do have a very nice draft here, but externally, I think the Awakenings outside of Adren Rush are really scary, despite there only being 2 of them. Oh, great save by Nero.
Beautiful save by him, keeping the second barrier alive and the first one falling for the offense of Wildcards. Now Nero and Lucas trying to connect on the defense, out cleared away as Ivory Lies try to look for a kill, anything to try to even out the playing field for them, as now definitely so trying to just rotate the core all the way around. Just the defense is holding strong for Yosman. He doesn't really need to worry too much because Ivory just isn't there, but a great cheese kill found could set the precedent already. Second barrier falling away as Rookie Cookie will have to expend the flip. They will actually earn the barrier though, as now counterplay for Blobgap trying to keep the core away from Ivory Lies as overtime about to come on. We're going to see that 1-2 punch again work its magic here. Sharks just need to be taken Everything needs to be won. Yo's with a great clear and still has Flip ready to go on this defense. And of course, the core going red isn't going to be helpful, and so isn't that kill, as again, Cookies, great kill onto him. But can Nero hold on in this attempt, because now he's going to be proccing a lot of stuff. The hot shot coming in, and the core flip will be good as Lucas comes back online, and wildcards are still in a pretty good spot. They've been saving a lot of these interactions, and being able to put Blobgap not in a good spot means that they're going to have to expend abilities, and of course expended abilities is going to be Lucas as he sets up a perfect find on the outclear from Yodsman.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, it was just perfect. The aerials range giving Lucas exactly what he needed to find that pinpoint. And yeah, you're going to be regretting just not playing it
Oh,
more
no.
into the corner there. As yeah, as you said, Flip is wasted there by Ivy looking for a cheese kill on one of the forwards of Blobgap here, which does give them a nice advantage. Din very close to his Flip, going to get his off the orb here. But still, the problem remains that I don't know how many points in a row wildcards have won, but it feels like a lot to me. Now, unfortunate angle for them there. Goes all the way back to their barrier for Blobgap here. But yeah, once more, it's just wildcards in a great situation.
I think it's been 5 so far. Rookie Cookie trying to break that curse with Flip, ready to go on this offense. Yosman tries to connect with Dinfar on this defense, evade away as I realize, fearing the DP, and the dash comes in. Nothing found though, but the great strike will end that streak of 5 points in a row being found for side of the wildcards. Now Blobgap trying to bounce back, and of course it is very much doable, especially with the energy economy right now. Yo's been holding onto the one Flip in possession, trying to find everything as they try to as I realize and Lucas try to focus their damage onto Cookies right now. DP avoided, and Flip will be burnt, but again, the primary will be found, and of course, the Dot Berry will also be taken away due to the Julia ultimate. But of course, DP not finding its mark. No kill found. I realize in a very, very good spot in terms of energy. Just look how much meter they've built up already, and they have Flip ready to go on this. And of course, Dinfar coming up on Flip 2, and an unfortunate miscommunication will lead to that second barrier falling, but the kill is still found. Cheese kill trying to be found, maybe for Dinfar, the primary stopping the offense, but the go barrier will actually be opened up, and still Flip ready to go. Flip will be found, and the top side will be secured by the now of Dinfar, setting up set point for Blobgap.
Yeah, I mean, Nero just misstrike there. Should not have given it into the range of the now with Flip, especially since they had nothing consistently that could block it at that moment. Now, no energy though for Din here means that he's going to take a decent chunk of damage, but of course, being now has the tools to recover. I think outside of that, I'm loving these passes that are coming out from Ivy here just to play the ball away and back into Lucas on the Estelle here. And both of the forwards of wildcards now have built their way up to a Flip alongside Nero. And hey, I don't see any way how this point could go wrong for wildcards with them having 3 Flips here. I mean, what could possibly go wrong?
Strikes might not be on their side now, as again, one Flip burn on Lucas doesn't secure anything in that moment. Maybe a waste of 1 or 2 CDs for the defense, but again, the Tofu Fortress still going strong. You had to be still wary about the DP potential from Cookies. Cookies being completely denied, and the Flip unfortunately being used. All 3 Flips have been used for wildcards, and now they're not on the side of energy economy. Overtime still ready to go, as again, Cookie is just trying to find an opening, and Yode's been still able to defend it quite perfectly, having the speed to do so. This hamster is so fast and able to control a lot of the parts of the map, and again, Yode's with Flip now has another extra thing for the defense. Nero and Lucas just trying to connect on the defense once again, keeping away from Cookies, but Cookies being able to strike it in time means that the goal barrier is opened, and they have a chance to bring this to set 5 right now. Everything is too close. Core going red so quickly. Cookies on the offensive can't put it in, and the reset from Dinfar is going to be good. He has flipped now 2 flips for the side of Blobgap, trying to put it home, desperately need to do so, and Nero might be old.
Yeah, I mean, he did strike. I don't know why he struck, but so early to use his strike shot there as an interruption tool, and as well as that, had used the shotgun moments before. So, yeah, literally nothing left. But the problem was, I mean, he had no reason to do that really, and now it's Din gonna have the first pick here now. Hey, imagine if he had Catalyst Fire Up, guys. Just imagine. But anyway, going to be very happy with this heavy impact, I'm sure. Just a great build on now altogether here. This extra special pickup, I think, you know, Drake doesn't have anything crazy here, and I think you really don't want that to drop to the Dubu just on this map. Very, very annoying to deal with, so it makes a lot of sense. Lucas, just a bit more dash range. I don't think it matters too much, but you know, just nice to have. And then this Orb Dancer actually going to be picked up onto Cookies here, as well as the Fire Up denied from Ivy, who has that Catalyst, which leaves her with, you know, a pretty sad Spark of Focus solo in the final draft here.
Beautiful DP combo, leaving Lucas back in the middle, and Nero having to play mid for the time being as Blobgap work their way up and try to find an opening play for themselves. And of course, Dinfar trying to resonate with their brawler pair, as again the offense is still being held. Pass splitter again expended for the offense, and unable to do so again, and everything being thrown, and again Recov drone procced onto Ivory Lies, and one barrier will be found on that interaction, resetting the play just for a little bit, as Blockover just looking to be in complete control of this game for now. One barrier found, as Yotsman again not really needing to do too much on this. It's kind of just play the game and not make sure that you don't use your abilities for anything too special, as I realize falls off the map, and again it's on Lucas and Nero to put the brakes on the gas and stop the play from going too wild. Flip expended, but too late now, as the goal is opened again for Blobgap this time around. And of course, kind of speaking about it earlier, Yodsman is just playing this defense so perfectly fine. He doesn't really need to do anything. All he needs to do is just give the core to Dinfar and let Dinfar set up perfectly for Cookies to put it in. Ivory Lies missing the cheese kill on to Dinfar, and Dinfar actually gets flipped off of that too. And as the miscommunication comes in, there's nothing you can do, because Rookie Cookie gets the core and puts it right in for Blobgap to maintain their lead.
Yeah, I mean, now looked so incredibly fun to play into that open net spot. They were just trying their hardest to get it through the top side, but wouldn't let it through. As forced out here from Cookies by Ivy here. Maybe gonna look for some payback, as hers is gone as well now. Could look for, you know, dash punch combo potentially. It's Din now. We've seen 3 flips this point so far, and none of them have broken a barrier. Of course, Cookies was able to get it a moment later, but still nothing found super quickly. Cookies making use of this Orb Dancer, or at least attempting to. He is up to 5 stacks right now. As nice peel from Yodsman coming out to let Din get that orb. And they're just trying our Blobgap to work on this front side with the assistance of Yods' ult, and it's a bit of a scary spot here, I'd say, for the side of wildcards, and the flip is forced out.
On their map pick, Cards seem to have a little bit of trouble finding things to start up the offense, as Ivy Snivy again killed off the map, and power play again for the side of wildcards. And then again another double flip coming in. They're getting a little bit too dancey, I'd say. Can kind of be up for the orb dancer, as well as again Cookies pick up a lot of these orbs, able to go back and even munch on some more and be able to have the flip ready to go. And all 3 flips coming online for a side of Blobgap. It's not something you're going to be excited about, especially if you're Nero trying to defend against this first flip gone, and will be stalled away as Cookies puts it right in with the Julio to set up match points on Wildcards' map pick.
Yeah, I match point, and I just feel like this now has possibly scaled just out of control. Just has the speed, has the cooldowns, and often it feels like the ball, you know, it doesn't even come back to you at some points, as Din just moving rapidly here. I must know Ivy making great use of the Catalyst. She used like 2 flips in 1 round, that last point, and already has worked her way up to another one here, as it can be used right now to kill Din, and that's a crucial one. They just have to capitalize on this power play here. Wall is down. I mean, Cookies has a flip, and Ivy is just dangerously low, so can't really participate in the power play right now, which means they can't, structure their offense. Nero didn't really walk up to cover, so it was kind of just Lucas by himself trying to work through the Dubu and the Juliet. But now with the assistance of Ivy, they are able to break that barrier and are looking to get that goal as well.
They need a miracle, and they might come their way with 6 seconds left, but the miracle is found first by Cookies, finding the kill and setting up the power play. Once again, as the defense relies back on Ivory Lies and Nero pushing the core in. Core bounces all the way around for a quick moment as Lucas comes back online and tries to set himself up for success here. Ivory Lies still waiting for the core to get to their possession, and of course the 1-2 punch value isn't going to be found just yet. Ivory Lies picking up the pace, pushing the core into the corner, making sure nothing can go wrong. Flip actually burnt on the expense, and now wildcards, it looks like they're flipping up just a little bit. Yosman with great angular clear, and the core just can't seem to find the opponent's net. But finally, the Asher secondary works in their favor, and of course, Ivory Lies putting it in once again, trying to breathe fresh air into their team.
Yeah, massive stun there, and great aggression from Nero as well. Being, I'd say, the most consistent player on wildcards at using that flip effectively. But Ivy just getting it done on the strike wars here, and it's Lucas now trying to assist on the top side, and once again it's Ivy's dash, just finding it. The great angles after the hit stun just work their way around, and I mean, hey, it wouldn't be a Lucas game if we didn't go set 5.5, and I'm ready.
Everything on the line in this first game, the momentum, the shift, even the awakenings kind of putting on the gears right now. Rookie Cookie trying to look for a kill though, won't find a DP miss, but the barrier is taken. Team player value trying to be found, but Yodsman again able to clear it away. Actually has flipped for this interaction now, so this point will get a lot more harder for Ivory Lies, because right now first barrier taken on the top side, everything being expended. Yodsman still clearing it perfectly fine. The corner clears are working out to his favor as the Ashes can't seem to get a single possession in their way, because now the core, once it's stuck, there is no realistic chance of it getting out, because the corner will always be occupied by at least one person of blob gap. The cow clear going good as Lucas tries to set up Nero. The DP missed by Cookies, and again the Asher falling back to the space allows Yodsman to be very aggressive with his abilities and put them in spots, and they just have to use a strike here. Flip being burnt now. Lucas will have to evade it. Topo Fortress gone as well, so now Ivory Lies might have a chance to score here. Flip will actually be burnt here, so now the possession has completely changed. Dinfar has a flip, and the Cookies will also have one too. In the meantime, the second barrier falls for them. Flip being burnt onto Dinfar, barrier gone, and again Cookies with a flip, the one brawler to maybe get it done as Ivory Lies tries to find any position onto Yodsman. Yodsman has no energy here, and overtime already coming in. This is dangerous. The Asher has every position, but it's not even the Asher. It's Lucas who sends it home, and game 1 to go to wildcards with a set 5.5 victory.
Wow, I mean, God, I feel bad honestly for Yods, because he just misstruck and broke his own barrier there, and the barrier just so crucial in this melee versus melee matchup. Just disables his ability to walk up and makes holding all the more difficult. And yeah, I mean, just as it looked like the side of Blob Gap with the now had just completely outscaled the enemy team, wildcards were able to work their way back into the game and get this first game win, crucial one on their map pick, which means that they'll at least play on 2 of their map choices in this series if the side of Blob Gap are to win the next one. And I believe that's the second time that they've actually gotten a victory against Blob Gap. I think Blob Gap 4-1 against them in the regular season, so definitely a swing, a change here in favor of the side of wildcards.
Quick, that recap. Can we talk about how much damage wildcards dealt? They basically doubled the damage output. Wait, that's actually crazy. Wait, that's insane.
Yeah,
60,
I mean,
57, 30. Wow. That's so much damage. They've basically done over 160 damage total. 170 actually, I think, if I did my math right. No,
yeah.
it's 150. But and even look at the redirects. Look at the redirect count on Dinfar, 425. That's crazy. That basically I don't even know if that's a record, but that's an insane amount of redirects.
Yeah, I mean, 32-minute game on Night Market. We're gonna see some crazy stats. I'm honestly surprised that Cookies didn't have, more damage to a similar vein as Ivy. I think the ultimate that she has can farm a lot of damage, and yeah, did have a lot of flips. But yeah, as you said, an incredible amount. Rather surprising, as well as Nero. I mean, he's basically using those shotguns every time to try and get a hit stun. But I remember in the game that Vas just played on AtLab. I mean, I think Alex had about 7,000 damage on the Drek, so a bit of a change of pace. And Estelle, kind of unsurprising here, does a lot of damage, especially having the hot shot and the rapid fire, all that cooldown reduction, alongside having the explosive entrance to just buff the damage it's doing. It's just a lot of damage, but. Anyway, we're going to be moving on here to AtLab once again. I wouldn't be too surprised if we see it in every series of this playoffs. Players just been missing that tried and true map, but it will be Blob Gap's map choice, which means wildcards are free here to pick red side.
Red side pickup for them going to be extremely strong, especially with the star as we wait for both teams to ready up and get things done on the second map here. And you said block gap going to be on the blue side, card on the red side as we're about to get started on the draft. And whatever goes on this map is going to be what seals the deal here. Wildcards have been playing out of their mind for the most part, playing to just take away any opportunity that Blob Gap try to present themselves with. And before we got even into like the set 4 and the set 5, Blob Gap were having kind of a difficulty getting the core onto offense. I mean, you get those like 1 to 2 plays where there you get the chance to put it in, but in that 3-0 dominant, like that dominant set from wildcards, they were never on offense. It seemed like they got on offense like 1 to 2 times like per round, but nothing compared to just the amount of control that wildcards have. I think that's their strong suit coming into this next matchup. Just the way that they've been playing recently as a team, it becomes so difficult to really find anything to get themselves, to get the other team, at least for Blobgap, is going to be very difficult for them to find any sort of momentum shift coming in to this game, and especially on the AtLab, where a lot of things can really happen. It can be difficult for them. Yeah, wildcards going to be on the chopping block for the ban. There's actually no ban picked away, so bit interesting.
Hey Lucas, get out of the chat. Stop banning. Prize in the bag. Okay. Anyway, I think maybe they didn't ban on purpose, because I'm thinking about one pick right now, and that's the Octavia here. With the Chrono Boost start, we already saw that it took Lockdown to almost a major upset without their MVP player against the first seed. Took them very close, and that's a pick that, I mean, I would be surprised if Lucas didn't just pick the Octavia here. I think they could just go like Drek plus Octavia, and it's pretty chilling. I think for the side of wildcards, they do opt for the Drek.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, there you go. Just these guys are too predictable. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense here. They can drop their brawler pick. They don't want Cookies to get the Drek, of course, on the missile prop here. And the Atlas, the other big defensive goalie that we're seeing played a lot and banned a lot, taken off the cards here. So the Drek makes a lot of sense. And yeah, the Chrono Boost, something that Lucas, I think, has probably played the most in the EUSL. He's very comfortable on it. And I wonder what Blobgap are going to retaliate with. They opt for the Zen. Not the best Zen start, but of course he's looking quite strong on this patch. And maybe they just want to do a bunch of damage. They're going to pick, something else that's going to assist in doing that damage for Din as well. The Estelle, can rise to the task, as well as the missile prop on Atlas. Does a lot of damage, hits from far away. So, they have angles here. But still, it's pretty scary. And, the last pick here for Ivy has a lot of options. I think the Juliet Maybe the Asher once again has a lot of angles here, but still, yeah, I mean, daunting task into this Octavia, I think, for the side blob gap. Oh, Luna Brawler. W.
Yeah, Luna is the last pick. Going to be very scary here, especially with all three of them having a lot of range in this map, and Atlas is going to be very heavily bombarded, but Atlas can very much hold strong on his own map here. The lab going to be great for him, especially with the missile prop on his side, going to be able to kind of take a lot of these interactions away due to just a one and done winnability for him. So getting into the game now, I'm gonna see how this entire scales a little bit. I mean, he's gonna be picking Chrono Boost here, no doubt about that. You kind of just want the dash range, I feel like, if you're Cookies, and still being able to back up Centauro very, very nicely with kind of just missile prop, being able to really catch any of these players, and especially Nira on the goalie role a little bit off guard if he ends up like managing to hit like the single hitbox of like his Crystal Thorns. So we'll see how this game goes. Maybe not getting started just yet, as we are about to go into map 2 on the Atlas Lab. This is Blobgap's pick, ready to go, and I mean, maybe the start didn't turn out well for them, but hopefully their preparations for wildcards will bring them victory here and force us into a game 3. So hope to see which team comes out on top here.
Yeah, we're seeing a bit of a reversal of the roles in the midfield here. We're seeing Din now playing the Estelle, but more importantly, you know, him on the range and Lucas on the haste, as opposed to the opposite matchup last time. And maybe that's going to change things. I think that, yeah, I mean, despite, of course, Wildcards getting the win, I think that the haste probably had a bit of a matchup advantage, just being on night market, whereas now the range might be a bit nicer on a more open map, as well as Estelle just being so strong at attacking, you know, any type of way she really wants to on this map. With just the beam alone is very scary to deal with. But you know, on the other side, of course, gonna have some assistance is Lucas with this with the Ivy having missile prop. You know, maybe Lucas can just play the ball into the edge, and Ivy's just going to look for cheese kills. It's a legit strategy, of course. City of Atlas to deal with, who's going to be okay with things and has a res, but still, I do like this, you know, less conventional, probably comp that Wildcards are rocking here.
Yeah, I'm surprised the Kai actually wasn't. I think the Kai just wasn't like a really big impact compared to maybe Chrono Boost Octavia, but I mean, Chrono Boost Kai is still very strong, don't get me wrong, and already damage coming out. Second barrier will be found away. Ivory Lies putting in the gas, and again, the Octavia pushing the core forwards makes it in.
Yeah, absolutely. That big slow found onto both of the back line of Blob Gap here. And a great pass from Ivy to the bottom side. I think a bit of a misstep as well, initially just doing all the damage onto Ivy in that previous point, and they seem to have changed their mind onto their goals here, as Lucas taken quite low but is able to get the orb and recover for a moment. I'm going to pop the secondary now, so this is the offensive moment here that Wildcards are looking for, but still he's just taking a lot of damage, you know, trying to play the call right now. Does get the ult here, and possibly just going to flip. Wow, I don't know how that flip didn't hit, and actually it's Din taken low, and a great chance here for Wildcards now.
Dinfire taking a low end. Ivory Lies just needs to just make sure that the Yodesman secondary just doesn't go off and not have the range as Lucas sits it to the bottom corner. And I mean, this team very strong. I mean, I think I've underestimated the ability for the triple range to get a barrier gone, and there goes the Cookie. The Cookie might crumble here, but the barriers will crumble in his favor, because now, even though he's low, he has a lot of things to work with. The KO found, and just a tower moment there, another dashing into my death. Won't you love to see it? But this time around, Ivory Lies and Lucas putting on the gas, putting on the brakes now, but he actually will be killed here, as Blobgap once again trying to put themselves in the driver's seat here. Luna goes around, and Rookie Cookie and Eater of Us just need to connect on this offense here, but again, the Estelle taken so low, and Nero will be able to save it once again and put themselves in a good spot. Ult comes alive, and will actually not proc here. The ult being just a little bit too late, and of course, another KO found means another power play to be sought after, and just another conversion yet to be found. Both evades come out, the evade attacks coming in, and again, Lucas still has their secondary ready to go, refresh available, and Rookie Cookie gets it done in the meantime, putting themselves in blob gap up a point and trying to force a 0.5.
Yeah, great dash to strike for that shotgun of Nero. I mean, that was a really chaotic point, but inevitably, just the hold from Din and Yodsman, despite the power play, was what kept blob gap in that game. Now, yeah, the hold not going to happen once again here, though, as barrier drops rather rapidly. Same can be said for Nero, though, as Ivy with an aggressive dash here gets a hit stun, gets a flip, and gets the ult combination with it. So, I mean, despite missing the dash, he just completely cooked, and I guess, I mean, Yosen probably just had nothing cooldown wise there, nothing much he can do about such a perfect execution of that offense. Now, the Octavia, the first pick, so many options available, maybe among Glass, the Spark, the Foff, the Fire Up even, and it's just going to be the Foff here. The Estelle right now going to get the second pick, Spark of Agility, looking for some scaling right now, but Luna with a very nice Glass Cannon. You'll have to see it on Luna, likes to play from far away and dive in, and going to use that power. Adrenaline Rush on the other side, going to be scary if the Octavia is dying, and finally Fire Up and Monumental is the big one for the Atlas here.
And Nero getting the fire up here going to be a very good pick for his team, especially with the ult tax for the side of Blob Gap. But the Blob Gap actually the ones taking control of the ad rush proc, and Ivy getting knocked off the map there a little bit. Unfortunate, Lucas just has to back away for the orbit. Will take a lot of these interactions for himself, as now I realize back on the pitch, looking to find some sort of impact after the KO, and Lucas with a flip, ready to go. Could be what sets the Spark in motion right now, because as long as the damage doesn't take them off the map, they should be good to go. Ult comes around to kill, not found though, as now again Blob Gap are in an advantageous spot to do anything. Almost knocked off the map, as I realize that they still end up staying alive here, trying to just evade every CD possible, and the KO not found, but eventually will be found as well. Second barrier taken away by Lucas as the adverse proc onto Cookies is still good. Second barrier found as well, as the defense still trying to be held strong, as Nero with a great clear sends it away. Even the dash, the passive being contested to keep Lucas away from the secondary is still good. And also another KO found, every KO being put in, as I realize tries to do something, trying to play as aggressively as possible. But again, Rookie Cookie is always there with the passive plays, and again, Lucas back on the pitch. It's going to be very interesting to see how they score here, because, again, the defense is just holding straight strong from wildcards here, and the KO again being found. The adverse proc still there, but Nero is completely saving every possible attempt, and Yodsman just has to find any strike to put it in. He's not even getting aggressive here. He knows any misstep can put him in a bad spot, but the way that they're playing Blob Gap are being forced into spots that are unwinnable, and Nero's just saving everything. He's still saving to this day, and now Eater rolls the one. Not too long for this road. Anything can happen. The flip will be burned, but it's sent right back to Lucas.
Wow. I mean, I'll say it, Lucas did not deserve to score that point. Nero deserves to score that point, or maybe Ivy. Nero holding it down like a beast. Lucas walked into the middle twice on 2 respawns. Almost ended up dead, but got the goal. Just too much speed to deal with. And Cookies, I mean, he's out for blood. We can see his game plan right now, and we can see the rest of their team's game plan too. Cookies just lurking him on the top side. His flip comes out from Ivy as well as Cookies there. And Barrier just found somehow by a misstrike on the defense there. And that means that it's actually Wildcards with the advantage for a moment, but Cookies does drop that barrier. Still though, Lucas respawned, has the ultimate, looking for something on the top side here, finding nice strike wars, but the ball does slip out his hands, and Cookies with a free attack on goal, and does find the strike war.
Yeah,
the strike war from Cookies, trying to breathe his team life and misplay. It feels like wild cards are in Blobgap's head right now in terms of the defense. They're letting things fall a little bit too quickly, and Cookies has to be the guy to bring it home. The cookies in the jar must be put back in the jar for now, as again damage coming on to both Ivory Lies and the Estelle, as again the ult coming online. One barrier will be taken, tax will be avoided here as the second barrier will not crumble. Sad Boy's angle found as Lucas keeps up the pressure. Will burn the flip here as the barrier falls. Again, look, Cookie's not in a good spot. He will get the orb and will be able to heal back and try to do everything. He will get the orb once again, and damage is once again denied by the orbs themselves as Lucas still keeping up the stacks here. Octi ult expended for the speed. Still fast as Ivory Lies finds the kill, and now power play for the side of Wildcards, looking to bring it back here. Pass comes in, Luna ult expended, but the core just can't seem to find the goal on the other side. Passing plays comes in overtime. Ready. Eater of Worlds back online as the core goes red once again. Passing plays again. The Octavia secondary there to put it in and give Lucas the speed necessary to put it into the bottom side now. 2 points to 1 in this crucial second set if Blobgap want to win here.
Yeah, I just misstepped there, I think by Din, to just, try and cover the middle, whereas the bottom side was what was more important there. As Ivy, I think that was risky. I think maybe a flip could have come out and killed her while she was at the bottom there. Is going to get that orb. Still staggered though, but of course her team is on the offense right now, so, the forwards of Blobgap can't really look for all that damage. They are finding it onto Lucas, however. And yeah, I mean, there's still the Zen with the Dren Rush here. Going to find a kill, and this one's not over, Nero, though, has been holding in these power plays so well. But, maybe with all the damage coming out onto him, it won't matter, and he might just be out the net. Unfortunately, looked like he ran out of shotguns there, and his barrier does drop. Yodsman having a flip for his defense, so not in a bad spot at all. And Ivy, the one in trouble here, gonna almost be killed there. And that's another Adren Rush proc over to Cookies here, and the offense gonna try and shut down the Octavia secondary, and now it's looking like just a great attack for the side of Blobgap here.
Nothing you can do against the Estelle ult in the corner there, covering literally half the entire goal, and that's the 0.5 for Blobgap here with the energy advantage actually coming into this. Yotsman moves his first bear on the top side and attacks again. Will stop here. Yotsman building up that flip though, and again Rookie Cookie for a lot of these pressure plays, and Lucas almost actually finding a kill, but a miscommunication loses that second barrier, and now Blobgap are on the offensive, trying to put an end to the misery. Flip expended and burns away because Ivory Lies now in a really bad spot. This just the energy economy, and again they'll actually be killed too, so the energy economy is definitely not on the side of wild cards, as again Rookie Cookie with a flip ready to go. Cookies will burn that flip and will send it to Eater of Worlds, who sinks it right to the top corner as Blobgap take that second set away.
Yeah, I mean, Nero was so close to that strike shot, by the way. Really nice attempt, but just the core speed too much. And that looked like it was wildcard set, It looked like they were cooking. But eventually, the Zentaro Adren Rush came online. And yeah, I mean, with him picking up heavy impact, I think the game plan is probably not going to change. Hotshot picked up here by this goalie here, which means that Deadeye going to be taken for the Estelle. So much damage falling for the side of Blobgap. Team player though, an awakening that I think can be utilized super well by the backline of Blobgap, of Wildcard, sorry, as well as more strength and power for Ivy here. But yeah, I don't know what was happening with that Deadeye hotshot pick.
Yo, high key a misdraft on Dinfar. No second spark to be found, even though he has a spark, and now this could turn the tides, but instead the KO found doesn't even matter. Nothing ever happens in this game. What can I say? Atlas Res expended and keeping someone alive for the time being, as the Octi Primer just ends up winning the interaction. But yo, no second spark? Come on. That's a little bit sad, but it's okay. Hopefully they can bring light with the Deadeye proc.
Yeah, I mean, I guess just really not wanting the Luna of Ivy to get Deadeye, which I mean, looking at that damage, may be understandable here. Gonna be a lot onto Din, but I think he'll be just fine. All the damaging cooldowns are out. Octavia, you know, the ult does a bit, but outside of that, not too much. And it's actually Lucas, the one in danger here, walks right into Cookie's trap of the ultimate there. The orb was bait. And now, once again, he has the Adrenaline Rush proc here. Nice dash there. That's going to proc the heavy impact cooldown refund, but more importantly, going to do a lot of damage onto Ivy here, who just looks like meat for Cookies. He flipped, actually, getting a flip off of that kill as he tried to evade the Luna nuke. So, I mean, that's quite nice for wildcards there, but still, I mean, Cookies is just
Oh my
farming the
god.
kills right now, and it looks horrible for wildcards.
Yeah, wild card. I mean, yeah, maybe the spark just wasn't needed because who needs a spark when you have Rookie Cookie with the ad rush and just how squishy every other member of wild cards is. The Octavia not really having a lot of stagger. I mean, only at that, like not even 1,400. It's just gonna be very hard for them to really get anything done in that matter. But this time around, Lucas trying to put on the pressure here. The Octi secondary will not last. The KO won't be found again by the Burger Boxer. And again, the evade from Rookie Cookie seals the deal. Nothing found on any of those kill attempts as they still have 2 flips ready. Flip burn, 1 barrier found as a trade-off for side of Blob Gap. And they're trying to find a lot of more KOs into this possession. Still, the 8 KO streak from Cookies is still living up to its expectation. Even Nero pushing very far up to secure the side. The flip will just have to be expended here to the bottom side. Monumentalist does the job here, but the second barrier is found, and Cookies will be KO'd off the map. So now, wildcards, they're in a great spot here, but can they get the conversion? They might be a little bit too greedy with the KOs as Ivory Elias has to walk away from the play, but it's Lucas again with the speed, completely mind-controlling Yodsman, and there just isn't any counterplay about to happen. And I think with the way this game is being played, Rookie Cookie just has to do all the work, and of course, with being Cookies himself, he's just able to do that just fine.
Yeah, I mean, that looks so disgusting to defend against, honestly. I mean, you might say Yo struck to the Octavia, but, like, that guy has, like, 800 move speed with all of the secondary speed and the FOF and the slicks. It's just disgusting to deal with. But, yeah, outside of that, I mean, Ivy is taken low, but still, 1 point away are wild cards, and
Oh
you know,
no.
they've got the barriers open. Of course, Cookies has the Adrenaline Rush proc here, but still, you know, they're not out of the woodworks. I think they're going to look for a kill onto Lucas. They must. Evade comes out from him, and he's going to try and regen here. Scary part is Atlas still has this missile prop that I'm sure he's going to use a primary on Lucas for. Does miss it, though, and that's giving a chance, but Cookies somehow by himself 1v2ing Ivy and Nero there in the back foot to break the barrier, and all of a sudden, you know, even situation here. Cookie's very low though, and we saw him die last point, and that was what was the end of them. And once again, it's coming out here. Nice passes attempted. Lucas has the speed, almost got out, but it's
go with
the
a
strike
strike
shot of
shot!
dreams. But Yotsman catches Nero completely off guard and puts it in the net. What a miracle play, clutch from Yotsman.
What a strike shot by Yotsman to put it in, completely reading Nero's mind. And this time around, Blob Gap are the ones in control, trying to get another set win off of it. But 2 barriers falling isn't good for them, and everything just isn't seeming to go their way. Lucas again putting it right in. Maybe he's the brawler in this very moment. And I realize is the one playing midfielder, as again Lucas picks up the MVP at the set and will be able to get something good here. Explosive interest. Well, explosive entrance, orb dancer, peak performance. A lot of things can be taken here. I mean, maybe opting for the stagger. And yeah, there we go, opting for the stagger here as Dinfar finally realizes that Spark of Focus is up for grabs here.
Might be too little too late though.
Yeah.
I'm gonna opt for that over the extra special here. I'm not too afraid of the enemies getting it. I mean, the Zen is behind the Drek here. Gonna be some size and recovery drone, I think quite nice actually for Cookies, who did die a couple times. That led, I mean, one of those deaths, Yode's clutched up and found the goal, but it is a rough spot for his team if he's off the map, not applying damage pressure. Still though, I mean, Ivy has a lot of power. She's not even stacked up that glass cannon fully and already sitting around 150 here. So yeah, very scary, and not even to speak of the scoring capacity that they have been consistently displaying to break those double barriers, even playing into the Atlas with very nice awakenings, just Monu and missile prop. As they're working through this top side, the Octavia of Lucas has 823 move speed, with all of those awakenings procced, and just moving too rapidly for the core to be played around him. Does eventually run out of secondary here, but still the offense continues for them, trying to work anything, but the triple defense has held strong for Blobgap, and now they're probably looking for chances on the offense soon enough.
Yeah, I mean, even without the Maki secondary, he has basically 700 move speed, and of course that allows him to move around the map as quickly as possible. However, he lies in a bit of a very good predicament spot, but it's actually Dinfar falling off the map. Cookies back to the 1v2 spot. We'll actually get the ad rush proc down, and we'll actually burn the flip too. So now Lucas has all the time in the world, doesn't even need the flip, as Yodsman can't capitalize on the strike shot. Has wildcards are running in dominant fashion. They might be running away with this game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to assume that was a flip buffer, and that's just tragic for Cookies then.
Oh
Not
no!
at all what you want to see. A great attack by Nero there, actually, with the hot shot, the extra special, the missile prop. Got it done, and Ivy just dashing in and finding the strike. And I mean, yeah, the hot shot missile prop getting a double barrier from Nero. Incredible play. And, he could try that again right now. I mean, he might just go for it. Din going to be wise to it now, but still, I mean, all of a sudden, it's Wildcards who are one goal away from taking this series 2-0.
And Cookies has to back away. There's no helping on the defense here as the EUSC winners are putting on a masterclass on the Atlas slab. Cookies still trying to breathe life into his team as Lucas going to be evaded away and will be staggered off the map. Adrush proc coming in now as Ivory lies, and Near just have to work on this defense together as Eater of Worlds trying to procure the rock endlessly to Cookies, and will actually stall the flip out in time for Lucas to come back online. Eater of Worlds a little bit low, not long for this world. Damage being dealt, second barrier falling away as finally last strikes coming in. Secondary on Lucas still active as he goes right in, trying to push the core forwards. Top side being occupied, the everything just being put in at Drek ult, everything just being trying to just put it right in, everything being put in. Oh my god, I'm like losing words here. There's too much going on. Everything being kind of just thrown. Like there's just no end to this. Even the flip being rocked into by Yodsman, and Rookie Cookie still trying to use the flip and will not actually get it. So now they're just in a really bad spot here.
Yeah, as you mentioned, no energy whatsoever for any members of Blobgap here, and gonna be forced into stagger, and just no speed, no strike shot, no abilities to reach the core, just barely out of his grasp there. And yeah, I think honestly that set 5.5 gonna haunt him a little bit if they don't get it done in this playoffs. A valiant attempt, but honestly, I just think that this draft where they got the Octavia and the Drek 2-3 is pretty insane. I think a misplay by Blobgap to let it through. Maybe they just didn't consider it. But yeah, I mean, Cookie's going to be eating his words a little bit where he said he'll only play one series today because, he'll have to play it one more to try and keep themselves in this playoffs against Lockdown in the bottom side. Both these teams, having a substitute in might have been the difference maker. A lack of synergy, not being used to their current players. But yeah, either way, Lockdown and Blobgap both have chances. But we'll have to see in the losers bracket.
And despite the 16 KOs found for Blobgap, they're the ones having to reel away from the Octi, the Luna, and the Drek. I mean, just three very, very fast characters no matter where you go on the map, and that kind of secures it. 21-minute game on the Atlas Lab and a 32-minute one. I mean, we spent an hour on the series, and the 2-0 definitely is worth it. As now, we're going to head into a break. We'll catch you for the last game of today with Lockdown and Blobgap facing each other in the lower semis.
I'm not in the game. Anyways, okay. Hello. Welcome back, all. We are back with some playoff action. We're actually getting straight into draft here. This is, I think it's called losers semis. It's got to be losers semis, right? These are two teams that we've seen earlier on today, Lockdown and Blobgap, both coming off of some really tough series against their adversaries who will be squaring off in winners finals a little later down the line. But in the here and now, both teams are now fighting for their survival in EUSL Season 10. It is win or go home at this point, which is, wow, that's balls to the wall action if I've ever seen it. No balls 4-4-1 needed. But in any case, Clarion Test Chamber start here. We're seeing the two very stereotypical mobility midfielders banned out here, perhaps in lieu or in light of the OIA start. And otherwise, a lot of kind of standard picks coming out for both sides here to round out the draft.
Yeah, we got Atlas Rune backline probably for Blobgap. That should be pretty interesting, just because of that Deadeye or OIA. You know, both Atlas and Rune kind of enjoy the pickups, both on either side. You know, Atlas can hit Red Corp a bit earlier on, and also just do a truckload of damage to you with the Astral Projection if he has Deadeye, or, you know, OIA, Atlas has Live, so he can kind of stay online, play a bit longer, but also use that speed which Atlas is so desperately lacking. I think also the IMA just a very, very offensive or kind of lockdown-oriented comp coming out from Blobgap instead of Lockdown. I'd imagine we're just going to see a ton of just locking the core into the corner, and then forcing Lockdown to get it out. As a Drakkar Rasmus now pickup is a bit interesting. I'd imagine it is probably a Drakkar goalie, but I'd be down for any.
I've literally I don't think I've ever seen Sloth now in or at least I don't think I've seen Sloths now in a competitive setting in a while. I think he kind of just puts the fries in the bag and takes the Drek when you take his lockdowns from him and he's not feeling Asher. I think if I were a betting man, which I am not, but if I had to put money on this lockdown lineup, it's probably going to be Drek in between the sticks. And then we have Geo on the now and Scythen on the Rasmus. Scythen, kind of a Rasmus merchant when you take his Drek from him. He seems to always fall back onto the Rasmus. Has done some crazy stuff, especially on the open maps, but rate his ability to play better, win more. Obviously, it's going to always be a little difficult into this Yodes Atlas, who man, you know, the devil shivers when Yodes puts the fries in the bags and picks a lockdown. So we'll see how that all goes. But other than that, yeah, I think lockdown comp, it's pretty stock standard. Wait, not Scythen. Okay, this just in. Scythen is not playing? It's Kami. Man, my bad. He was literally playing earlier today, and I forgot. I was literally watching those games. Sorry. Okay, in that case, that might cause a bit of an variance, but I still don't think Sloth rates the now enough to pick it goalie.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just a freak, and I love seeing the now goalie. But I do think Drakkar may have a bit of a weird interaction into these two offensive characters. You know, Drakkar is a character that really relies on Strike Shotgun or Strike Molten Volt or just some amalgamation of his tools in order to get it out. But with a character like Aimee, you know, that Firewall Sentry is going to just keep the core coming at you again and again and again and again. And it may be very difficult for Sloth to keep it out. So I'm interested in seeing kind of how he's going to adapt and kind of change the game to make things easier for himself. And I think I'd be down for Giovanni and Kamakiri to kind of help out on that side of things.
Still a little interesting. I wonder who's going to lock what for the side of Blobgap here vis-a-vis forwards. It is Cookies on the Rune. Zarhynif, I guess that's actually pretty understandable. Zarhynif, a bit of an Aimee player. Some are saying. In any case, here we go, getting into things. To reiterate the stakes, this is win or go home at this point. And even then, even if you win in this series, man, the stakes are still pretty high against you. You've got to force a bracket reset in Grands, which is no small feat. That said, we are seeing the first barrier taken by Lockdown Yodes, having his second taken from him. And there we go, Zarhynif having his life taken from him with a great primary coming out of Kamakiri to establish the power play, which is capitalized on brilliantly. Lockdown do doing exactly what they are known to do, controlling this core, finding these triangle passes, and getting it into the net within 31 seconds. That is a strong start for Lockdown team looking to rebound from their loss against Vass earlier in bracket.
Yeah, that's kind of a lockdown masterclass. Just those passes, even with Kami on the offensive line instead of Scythen, you still kind of see they felt very comfortable just kind of passing it around, and that's what you want to do against a comp like this. But as I said, that's going to be both barriers going down from the side of lockdown, and that is a bit of a scary spot, but also a spot that Drakkar kind of wants to be in order to get those open nets, in order to get a lot of cheeky clears. But that's going to be the kill onto Kami.
Another power play, this time going up the other end of the field, but no third forward, no problem. Giovanni somehow wiggling that thing in past Yotsman nonetheless, I believe with the secondary, but my eyes could be deceiving me. In any case, good energy reset. On the topic of energy, the energy economy could be getting a bit chaotic heading into this third point. There's a lot of people who are a couple abilities away from flip. I mean, Geo is really just sitting pretty there, about to get up to that. So things could get hairy in the damage and or scoring department. But Yo's opting to be a little more conservative, not ripping the flip just yet, instead opting for the secondary, which gets the job done. Good primary in the middle of the park also abates the danger for the time being. But now things could be getting a little hairy for Giovanni as well. And now that guy's dead as hell. That guy is dead as hell unless he runs away. Slop trying to third forward. In the meantime, gets it through to Kamakiri, but Kamakiri actually unfortunately hitting it backwards off of the secondary there, meaning we're seeing a bit of a reversion to the neutral state here as both teams vie for possession.
Yeah, both Gio and Kami low. That is going to be the lifeline coming out from Giovanni, though, as that's going to be Kamakiri taking down at the barrier, and it is open net for both sides. But I think the side of Lockdown really needs to figure out how to get it through this open net, and oh wow! If they can keep the movement going, the rotations on the core, I think that is where their win condition lies, and that's Kami with the big orb now picked up, but no, Rookie is going to be able to lock in that anomaly in order to get that goal for the side of Blob Gap. As I mean, getting into this next point, I think it's really just kind of down to lockdown versus speed, and you got to figure out which one is going to work best. But with Cookie getting those kill combos onto Kami, that is a really, really scary spot to be in. I think every single banish has hit its mark and basically just locked Kamakiri into a dead zone every single time. So I want to see kind of how Kami is able to adapt to this and prevent these from really causing any problems, as it is going to be safe, keeping one barrier alive for each team.
Kamakiri snubbed out by a good circle out of Yost, but that means on the second time of asking that, Atlas goalie had nothing to deal with the situation. Sloth losing his own barrier, though, meaning that it is open nets here on Borg's Bumper Barns. Are Heinef trying to get a little creative with it off of the glitch pop. Does hold flip, but uses it. Finds a brilliant angle. Sloth perhaps anticipating it not going in. I fail to see. Surely he had some sort of ability, but in any case, our Heinef will not be complaining. Finds the snipe from downtown from his own paint and gets the second goal to level it up to force a deuce here in this first set. Both teams really neck and neck here.
Yeah, unfortunately, Sloth didn't have anything after using both whatever they're called, shotgun shells, after kind of going through it mentally in my mind. But that is a kill on Akami again. They really have to figure out how to keep that Rasmus alive, because as soon as they die, a lot of their offensive pressure kind of dies out as well. And they had to burn that flip from Geo in order to kind of keep the power play from getting much value. And then also Sloth with the flip may end up having to burn it here because they aren't able to really find their location on the stage and get these barriers down. But as I say, that is going to be first barrier down, and Kami and Geo trying to get this second one down right now.
Off taking his time negotiating around that IME turret, as are the two defenders of Lockdown, to try to get it through on this bot plane, but it's so hard. Cookie's doing a good job to police the space in the midfield, but the ult is not going to get the value he perhaps sought. He's going to get the kill on the second time of asking, though. It took at some great expense to do it, but there we go. Unfortunately, Sloth and Kami are not able to get a good interplay between the two of them, meaning their second barrier is now gone. Should not be end of the world. This Drek does have flip still, and opts not to use it, does not need to use it, meaning that Lockdown are kind of back back into the swing of things and surge forward, taking the barrier. Nets are now open for both keepers. That said, Rookie Cookie threatening with a pillar, but is unable to find the right angle. Great angle from Yodes there, not to mention stuns galore onto Sloth. That was great coordination from the 3 members of Blobgap there to get the goal. Incredible stuff, and Rookie Cookie richly rewarded with the pick of the litter here in Draft 1.
Yeah, I mean, great job, Czar, figuring out, hey, I seem to stun this goalie, and there is no problem that I have to worry about. As I see Rapid Fire available, it is going to be Hot Shot picked up for Rune, though my mouse was hovering over it, so I couldn't actually see it. But Hot Shot is opted for by the Rune Rookie Cookie. And Rapid Fire, though, on the other side, is going to be going to Geo, which I think is really, really strong for now, and is going to help provide a little bit more. Overall, though, I mean, heavy impact onto Sloth is going to be really nice to have. Kami with the size is great all around. But also on the other side, you see Czar with that adrenaline rush, a couple kills from Czar found in that first set. Additionally, we also got Rookie, of course, with Hot Shot, and ETOS with Timeless Creator, which means that all around everyone got really, really what they wanted in the carousel. So we'll see what happens here. Strip advantage coming out, and that's Geo looking super, super low.
Still forcing the issue, though. That is some now value right there. Not having to retreat and grab board, instead choosing to surge forward. Not able to get that bot barrier just yet, but Lockdown still poised to do so with a couple more knocks at the door. But batted away brilliantly by Yodesman off of a couple great secondaries. Now the triple defense of Team Blobgap is more than enough to get that out in spite of all the buttons being mashed in their face right now. Rookie Cookie looking for a clever setup, but it's a little bit off. Sloth equal to it and gets the ball out of dodge. Little loose up here in top lane. So Hynef is threatening with flip, meaning that Sloth's got to play a little cognizant of his life here. But perhaps lucky for him, the play does shift back towards the bottom. We are seeing flips rip from both sides. Geo and Zarhynef are now next to die, most likely. Good preemptive live out of Yodes to stall that issue for the time being, though. Both teams just really struggling to keep the ball in their possession, especially now that the core speed is getting absolutely nutting here in OT. Yodes not even having to flip there, just hanging on to his energy, and now Sloth and Geo looking to slow things down here and just slowly funnel the ball into their forward.
Yeah, as Geo and Kami are doing a great job of keeping it in this offensive corner, but also with a very, very low Rasmus, we're having a little bit more difficulty, keeping it down there, keeping ourselves alive, as Sloth and Rookie is, unfortunately for Sloth, going to be able to find that barrier down, and I mean, it's a really great job from this Lockdown comp from Blobgap against the team of Lockdown, and ultimately, just so many offensive plays, so many offensive attempts, but it's been just parried away again and again and again by Rookie and Czar, and Yotis, of course, on the Atlas, and just so much pressure and damage flowing into every offensive play that the side of Lockdown tries making, and that's going to be the goal, just getting locked in by Cookie. I mean, just so much pressure on this core, and as soon as you get into overtime, it becomes so much more difficult for the side of Lockdown to find anything, because, I mean, Rookie Cookie has that that hot shot, and, I mean, Yotis is just killing with those astral projections. It's kind of difficult for the side of Lockdown to find their footing.
Bang! There we go. Okay, really stalled out that core flip for just as long as our Hynef damn well could have, and does get the barrier for his patience. Sloth is looking a little low here. He's not able to really straddle that midfield line for fear of his life, but no problem. Evidently, Geo is there sending in the Dorito, which just about gets it past men, leveling the scores here in set 1 as we head on to the Goo map.
Yeah, I mean, a really great recovery from the side of Lockdown. Just take what I was saying and say, hey, we may be losing, but we're the better overall, skill set. As, I mean, they're still looking a bit scared. They gotta figure out, hey, we do have a sub. We gotta kind of just lock it down and get these goals. As it is tied up in the set, they are not out yet, but Czar is going to be able to get healed up by that ultimate from Yotis, but ultimately get killed, as that is now a power play for the side of Lockdown. And I think that's what we want to see here, is maybe some damage pressure onto this team that really seems quite like an insurmountable challenge so far.
Double defense enough to get the job done for the side of Blobgap. Not there though. Great ultimate coming in, not ultimate, you know what I mean. Shotgun coming in from Sloth to secure the offense there. Now Sloth does lose his second barrier, but I do believe the positional advantage is still in favor of Lockdown here. Rookie Cookie is kind of a non-issue here insofar as he's been really reduced to atoms, but actually gets the good banish confirm onto Geo, which means it is power play for Blobgap. But Kamakiri trying to just flip the bird to Blobgap there, trying to do it all himself, but not quite able to seal the deal. No dice on that particular one. Now we do have 3 apiece back on the board for both teams. The setup from Kamakiri, a little unfortunate, man, punished several times over by Rookie Cookie, just graciously accepts the wayward ball and knocks it right into top corner off a good pillar setup.
Yeah, I mean, Cookie is there just kind of playing mind games with Kami. Earlier on in that point, Rookie was super low, and Kami ended up using 2 of their 3 abilities in order to try and get the kill, and didn't actually end up finding anything off of it. And even later in that point, just kind of making Kami kind of bow down a little bit. As you see now, the health bar so low, they are gonna be able to grab the orb. But I mean, just kind of playing mind games, playing like a child with a train set, you know, just absolutely beating the heck out of those trains. And the Kamakiri, who is maybe not feeling too well, but I mean, it's kind of even so far as the flip available for EUSL and Sloth, as Kami and Geo are looking pretty high on that energy bar. So we may see a few flip plays here pretty soon. They have to find something to tie up this set and get to 2.5.
Wow, interesting exchange there right on the top bot barrier. And now it is all hands on deck for Blobgap as they desperately try to batten down the hatches and get the core back to where they want it, up on the other side of the field. The flip is expent, but it does get a good ROI. That first barrier has fallen. Sloth still sitting pretty though, has a flip and a midfielder, meaning that Rookie Cookie's going to have a hell of a time trying to get this through solos. Arhinif, here comes the cavalry though, does force a really important flip out of Sloth, meaning that the GAT goalie is perhaps a sitting duck should Yodsman be able to cycle the core forward. And it's looking like it is going to be Blobgap to land the plane here. They just have to continue to encroach slowly towards this arc, but they're not able to. The portal Loki kind of griefing, and to say nothing of the flip being ripped on air, and we're back to a 3v3 and an energy reset, and it's really anyone's point now, provided either team's able to hold on to the core.
Yes, now overtime means that the hotshot is online for Cookies, and it may not matter as Czar and Yoda's trying to find some way to get it up to this rune, but it's going to be the shadow swap into the unstable anomaly, catching the goal. And I mean, Cookie just feeling super confident on the rune. You don't really often see a brawler play the character, but I mean, Cookies is showing why they chose it. Is that could be an extra special, siege machine, catalyst. Really a lot of options available for this rune here. Yeah, this extra special opted for. Catalyst still online, is going to be picked up by Geo on the now. And I mean, kind of both ways is I think the damage pressure has been just so much more enabled by the side of Blobgap, as that's going to be so many more banishes to potentially take Kami off the map. 1-2 punch on Czar means that adrenaline rush 1-2 punch combo can just be absolutely devastating if you get taken off the map. And I mean, Yodas has more cooldowns to just punch you with his creations, and pretty scary spot to be in, as that is going to be Geo taken super low.
Ooh, I mean, at least he's now, if it's any consolation, does get back right up to half at least, but the ball is immediately shuffled into the goop there, meaning that he's not going to be in a good way. I mean, good dodge off of the dash from Zarhinif, at least, to prolong his stay of execution. With Sloth kind of getting bullied by Pillar there in bot play, almost lost his barrier because of it, but it's Zarhinif close to losing his life up on the other side of the pitch. Yodes ripping the live preemptively, which gets Zarhinif surprisingly healthy, and health is in short supply for Kamakiri now. The newest victim of the goo map gets knocked into the goo, is still trying to affect the play from afar with the primary, but there's only so much you can do. Great premonition to dodge there at the very least, but it's just going from bad to worse for this chronically under-leveled forward. I must say he's level 8 while everyone else is pushing Omega at this point. In the meantime, I mean, there's a whole lot of nothing happening vis-a-vis the core. I must say both teams are kind of greeting kills here at the expense of really making meaningful plays on either goalie's net.
Yeah, that's a great attempt, but just saved again and again and again by EUSL and Cookie and Czar on that defensive line. And I think, oh my gosh, this is just a really, really unfortunate thing to be here if you are the side of Lockdown, is you just gotta figure out how to get back in the game, but it's so difficult when your entire game plan of just rotating the core around the entire team of Blob Gap is kind of taken off the field when you're off the field, and when the core is going too fast for even your characters to really reach. His sloth is super low, has to bring the flip in order to kind of stay in the point. But I mean, it's just so scary. There's always someone on death's door when you're on lockdown here.
I just had to do a double take. This is still the same point. This is, I know there was a particularly long one in tiebreakers that we were saying is contender for longest point of the season, but if trends continue, we may have a new longest point of the season. Both teams are still just doing their best to play principled tennis here, just playing to not lose, but losing might be on the docket here for Blobcap if this ball is just able to get sent into Kamakiri, but he just can't get it. He cannot get the core. The locking it down of Yodes rather is immaculate. He's just dumping everything to perfection onto this forward. That said, it's not enough. A good flip for stun there to force the issue. Oh wait, hold on, that was a rookie cookie flip, wasn't it? Maybe that was, whatever, it went in the goal. That was a long point, I kind of lost my bearings.
Yeah, I mean, if it makes you feel better, I also thought that was a flip from Lockdown. But you know what's a flip? Not anything that Kami has, is that's going to be the kill found onto that Rasmus Brawler, and now it's a power play for the side of Blob Gap, and Sloth and Geo have to find some way to just kind of stay alive, but there's just so much damage pressure and kills just absolutely flowing from the side of Blob Gap. It feels like many of the goals are kind of flukes for the side of Lockdown, and they just got to find some way back in. Unfortunately, Sloth is going to miss that strike core against Cookie, and doesn't have the flip ready in time, as that's going to be the goal found for the side of Blob Gap in a few crucial errors from the side of Lockdown that they need to lock it in, fix those up before they can maybe get this game back in their hands.
Yeah, with love in my heart, that goal was a series of unforced errors, which is not what you want at this level. With these stakes, it's just, you gotta stay alive, you gotta control what you can control and continue to execute to the best of your ability, the ability that got you to playoffs in the first place. On the other end of the field, we see another kill coming out of Blockgap. So kind of trying to do it all himself, perhaps a bit of folly there, blows the flip for no return on investment. Both gates still up for the beleaguered Lockdown side, and they continue to just eat pain out the wazoo. Both forwards are nearing death, and they're being forced into a situation along the wall where they are sitting ducks, just primed for the slaughter, but the slaughter is not coming out, at least for now, and both members are now able to drop back, recuperate, and defend, and eventually walk the ball back up into the arc of Yodsman. Yodsman doing a good job to force the issue, step out in front of the damage, and just get that thing clear, but Giovanni saying, no, thank you, I'm going to just secondary right in your face. Does exactly so. Now Kamakiri's looking real dangerous here in top lane. The pillar buys a bit of time, but it's not gonna be enough for either team to get through, but getting through is Rookie Cookie. Excellent pillar there, and we've now ticked into overtime, open nets for both goalies.
Yes, it's going to be Kami trying to get this goal with the overtime speed, but once again, that rune with Hotshot is a very scary thing. Doesn't matter though, is that pendulum swing going to come out, lock in that goal. Yodasman just doesn't have the speed to really keep up with that, and I mean, that is a big Rasmus up in your face with that stun, and a pretty scary spot to be in if you are Bloodgat. This is the turning point, potentially, for the side of Lockdown. They gotta figure out how to close this out here and now to get this set done and over with. But, I mean, that's Kami looking really low, as it feels like I'm saying so many times. But I mean, now it's just the time for the sub-blob to do well, and they did not really do that. Now it's Kami just 1v1 against Yotis, able to get the goal. I mean, Lockdown is down, but they're still not out. They can prove that they have what it takes, and I think Sloth is gonna have that MVP, but I think with Kami being so far down in the carousel, it's kind of a rough spot for the set of lockdown.
See what gets picked up here. If I'm not mistaken, no stagger has gone quite yet, so not necessarily any potential for scaling in the short term. We're seeing Giovanni complete the energy duo there, picking up the fire up to complement the catalyst. That could be a bit underrated. Up on the other side of the pitch, we're seeing both forwards of Blobgap opting for the stagger there, and somehow the size does get all the way through to Kamakiri. I mean, could equal parts boon, equal parts hindrance? I mean, he's just so easy to kill now. Look at that. It's literally kill in 4 seconds. So don't really know how to feel about that pickup. I don't know how to feel about this point. This might just be a wash. Both of himself's forwards are dead within 12 seconds. I mean, wow.
Yeah, I mean, notably, every person on the side of Lockdown did end up taking Omega Infused Accelerator, so even with a gun that's not really all that kill heavy, we're seeing what we're seeing here today, which is Geo, Kami, and Sloth with health bars too small for their own good, just getting taken off the map again and again, and even though that is a bit of a misposition from Yodes, that is going to be barriered down. But I mean, this Kavi almost said once again, already off the map twice in this 1 point, and we still aren't even in overtime yet. So we'll potentially see it one more time as I mean, kills, damage ringing across the board, and the side of Blobgap isn't really feeling too scared on that defensive line as that Czar with the glitch pop just catching the goal.
What a checkmate there. Great layering of the abilities by Czar and Rookie Cookie to put Sloth into an impossible situation. And now the win for Blobgap here looking decidedly possible. 2 points away from winning as they continue to force the issue here in top lane. That's got to be a double. There we go. And Sloth is being beat within an inch of his life, is forced to blow the flip and perhaps a bit of panic. And now he's really got to panic because there is no means for him to survive, barring a good heal from Geo, which does come through. And somehow, some way, it's actually lockdown on the power play here. We'll see if they can get the conversion. It's looking especially good for them now as our Hynif is on the chopping block. And even though that midfielder persisted, Kamakiri was able to seal the deal there. Great pass between the two lockdown forwards, and they have a goal on the board.
Yeah, Lockdown at that point proving that they are still eligible to play in this playoffs. They are here for a reason. They did that very well. But, I mean, it's still just that Sisyphus climbing up the hill with the rock. Every little step that you gain is another chance to fall all the way back down that hill, and I mean, with Geo off the map, that is a scary spot. Nothing found just yet, though, from the side of Blobgap, and I think it's still a situation where they have to figure out some way to get back in this game, and they are slowly working their way towards it. Once again, Sisyphus rolling that rock up the hill, rolling the stone up the hill, but it's hard, but it's not impossible, you know, as that's going to be the second barrier down from the side of Blobgap.
Off is looking to keep the offense in this corner. Lockdown just throwing everything and the kitchen sink at Yodes, but Yodes' resolve of steel does not even flip. And now there's a kill coming out onto Giovanni. Story of the series, quite frankly. And now power play in favor of Blobgap. But wow, chaos unfolding in the side of the field. Blobgap don't want it on. They are able to get it out and string a couple of great passes together for barrier, and then an equally good angle off the diagonal into flip. Stunning Sloth, starless, and knocking it top corner is Czar Hynif, putting the blobs onto match point here in the first game of the series.
Yeah, Czar got that kill and got that adrenaline rush proc, and just gonna get that momentum throughout the entirety of the rest of that point is so scary for the side of Lockdown. Once Czar gets that speed, it's like an enemy that you really don't know where she is, and that is a great offensive play from the side of Lockdown to be able to get both those barriers down now, but Kami just low, which we've seen time and time again against this comp from the side of Blobgap, is going to be able to escape from the goo pit and is going to play a little bit of chicken here, just running away, trying to stay alive on the offensive line. But also, he's going to be able to find the goal, find the opportunity to live, and that's going to be Pendulum Swing, locking it past Yodisman. And now it's 2-2. Lockdown have a chance.
Man, they are making it work somehow. They're fitting the square peg into the circle hole. Kamakiri was a complete non-entity that entire point, but hit the primary when it mattered, evidently. And now he's looking to force the issue. Loki almost dead, but Giovanni, great premonition, presence of mind to go step on that pillar just in time to save their brawler's life. So that is still not looking all too healthy, though, you must admit. But at least he's still got 3 on the side, and there we go. Another great kill found by Kamakiri. That's got to be that built diff value manifesting itself. And now power play lockdown, probably nothing too much going to come of it because Yodes has still got a full kit, full pockets, full backpack, but it's actually all for naught. Geo's dead. Goodbye. I think that was glitch pop. In any case, the bodies are hitting the floor here. It is still match point blob gap, but they're not looking too hot. It's their goal, which is open. Sloth still maintaining his barrier and also looking to build to flip soon. No energy for the 2 forwards, but Sloth, at least, is sitting pretty good in that department. Great preemptive defense there from the direct goalie to get out in front of the issue. Has to flip there. Not ideal, but necessary. And now we're seeing a bit of an energy reset here across the board for Lockdown.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to defend that barrier rather than the open net. But now Sloth doesn't really have any energy, and Kami neither doesn't have any as well. As soon as they stop hitting it into these walls on the streets, they'll find their way in. As that is the open net for both teams now. Potentially final point of the game. Weird bounce off the side as Glitch Pop coming out, and Sloth unfortunately not going to be able to lock that in. That's me, Blobgat taking the first game. Lockdown, signs of life, but just not quite there.
What a brutal way to end. I mean, that was principal defense all the way through just to lose to Glitch Pop. Unfortunate. What I will say is Lockdown, the sets were against them. The game was against them. First of all, 27-minute 3-1, guys. In any case, the greater point I'm trying to make here is that Lockdown were slowly marching towards a resurgence there. I don't think this is necessarily a bellwether for the rest of this series. That said, yeah, now it is really a wake-up call because through some great playing from the side of Blobgap, they are now just 1 game away from progressing and eliminating Lockdown, who many were picking as potential favorites to take the whole thing, are now, yeah, their backs are up against the wall here. They need to lock in. At this point in time, they've just got 1 more game left.
Yeah, definitely. They have to find some way to just kind of close this out, lock it down, and find their way back into the series. If Lockdown is able to get themselves into a good spot, I think they'll be able to find it. But I think a little bit of that game was kind of just a draft diff. I know it's a blob gap, but a draft diff is another thing that you got to be watching out for. I think just Sloth, very good on the Drakkar, but ultimately you can only be so good against a Rune and an Aimi just keeping the core in the corner against you permanently, and you don't have anything that you can do. And also, most notably, I think that Omega Infused Accelerator, just the start of the game, I love that Awakening. However, it's kind of not good against characters. It turned the game from, it's a casual stroll in the park. You're hitting the core, passing between teams. It's like a regular game, and then all of a sudden you have an Aimi that's here to be the Reaper. Just taking you off the field for a nice 13 seconds. 15 total times that game with across the team. And 8 from Czar. That's 8, or I think closer to like 6 Adrenaline Rush procs from that game. Just constantly taking the other team off the field, and it's scary when you have to deal with that, and ultimately it can be a little draining. So I'm interested in seeing how the side of Lockdown is able to kind of come back from this setback and get this game going back into their hands.
I think another thing worth noting is that the the kill statistics for one thing. I mean, 15 kills is pretty nutty, but I think that's also underscored by just the sheer damage output of this Blob Gap team. Because even if they weren't necessarily killing Kamakiri, by God, they were staggering him such that in many instances, even if he was not dead, he was pseudo dead. It just seemed like Blob Gap was playing probably like 2/3 of the match on the power play, either officially or unofficially. OIA and GooMap tends to do that to an MF, but there's maybe a bit more of a conventional map. Actually, no, it's Demon Day is pick 2. My eyes wandered. I thought we were going Market, but no, Market got banned. Demon Day is game 2. This is Blob Gap's pick, which is perhaps indicative of how they might want to play this. I would not be surprised if they're gonna spec even harder into damage here, irrespective of starting Awakenings.
Yeah, I think with Demon, it's kind of damage heavy. But we'll see what the Awakenings are pretty soon here. And I think simply just having the option to kill is really big here, especially because Lockdown, you know, they want to find their way back into the series. And, I mean, the side of Blob Gap is, you know, fresh off a win where they just demolished the other team the entire time. And so, you know, I think we'll see what ultimately ends up happening here as we have our Awakenings online right now for the Steven Deus map. It's Missile Propulsion Chrono Boost. So this is a spot where I could see someone maybe tempted to pick Octavia and then getting absolutely demonetized because they picked Octavia. So we'll see what happens.
Nike Atlas might be hot property here because of the capacity to live and also the M prop. I mean, I guess Doob is also scary if they want to go that route. Low-key, there's a couple lockdowns here, which could be quite scary. It'll be interesting to see if there's like pick ban contention over those goalies or if they're just going to let them slide and figure out some other ways to blow their bans. But in any case, yeah, M prop, man, that really accentuates the case for any killers here because it also increases the power of all your projectiles. Man, okay, I am anticipating a very deadly game, and as far as damage is concerned, I do believe Blob tends to have Lockdown's number. Lockdown, kind of first principles, they're kind of core controllers, and that they might, I mean, if we look at their goals, we were kind of commenting how most of their goals were kind of, fluke makes it sound mean, right? I don't mean fluky, but it's more like opportunistic, scrappy, like they kind of just happened to go in, but other than that, their only other goals were off of some really good passing sequences, triangles, and team play. And I feel like that's going to be wrested away from here, given these starting Awakenings and this map. So it'll be interesting to see how they line up, how they adapt, and if they're able to execute on what has historically got them over the line, or if they're going to have to like completely rebrand here, lest they go home.
Yeah, as we're getting into this draft, Blob Gap has the blue side, and they're waiting on their ban, but ultimately, it's gonna be now, and I think that means potentially curtains on the lives of the side of Lockdown. We'll see what this first pickup is, as that's gonna be Lockdown banning away the Drakkar. You know, Sloth maybe doesn't want to play it again after that previous game. And Atlas, yeah, as you said, that missile propulsion is massive for the character, for that astral projection, and also like missile propulsion strike shot is basically just a third forward every 7 seconds, I think, 11 seconds, whatever the cooldown is. It's kind of obnoxious the amount of pressure that Atlas can have even with just that little extra bit of projectile range, and I think that's going to be really good on Demon Deus, especially with far more opportunities to kill from the other team. However, that's an Octavia pickup for the side of Lockdown with the Chrono Boost. If she's able to scale, you know, really good, but also she has to be able to scale, and if she's dead the entire game, which we may see, we may not, it'll be really big. And what do you think about the rest of these picks here?
I mean, first of all, Octavia, huge. My God, they are really setting it. Also, X, hello. Are we in an A? But no, we're seeing an X, presumably coming out from Kamakiri here, presumably coming out from Kamakiri. That'll be interesting. I assume he's going to pick the Chrono Boost off rep. True, could be Sloth X. But in any case, yeah, this is a comp. I don't like. Geo known for the Octavia. I haven't necessarily seen too much Kamakiri X, but I mean, come on, it's Demon Days. If you can even get like some damage value, you basically are doing well on this map. Up on the other side of the field, we're seeing cookies on the patented Zentaro. Pretty understandable given the nature of the map. We'll see who comes out to complete the blob gap triad here. Come on, pick someone. Oh, Fani. Wow, this is a DD. These are two DD comps if I've ever seen them. I assume that's the Mani coming out, unless we're seeing the Iron Spear, but I highly doubt it. So it's Mani into a Zentaro. Interesting. I don't think I've seen them run this comp before.
Yeah, and notably, Slav could also be channeling his inner Jammy and picking up the Octavia, but he isn't because that would be weird. And instead, we're going to see an Era X come out for, I'd imagine, Sloth and Kami Kiri, respectively. So, I mean, Era is really, really good into this. I think she doesn't really do a whole lot to the other team, but certainly to her team, I think that Chrono Boost, first of all, is going to be able to speed up both her teammates. Second of all, is going to be able to make both her teammates bigger for longer. And third of all, is going to be able to make the other team smaller for longer, which isn't crazy, but also I do believe it affects damage output. That may be incorrect, but I believe it affects damage output, which means that the side of Blob Gap, which is really relying on that Fini and that Zentaro to dump out their damage, could potentially be looking at a little bit less of an output, depending on how much Sloth just dumps those Bewitching Beams into them.
Low key, I'm also hopping on the bandwagon. I'm trying to manifest Atlas midfield here. It's not going to happen. I don't think you first pick Atlas midfield, but man, that would be so funny. What a losers semifinals this would be if that were the case. But now, I think it's going to be a bit more stereotypical. What I will say is, yeah, man, Era last pick with an X comp is kind of nutty. I will concur. That's crazy that's gone through. That's got to be Sloth on the Era. But yeah, so this is a very kind of night market pill, not night market. This is a very DD pilled comp from the side of Lockdown. I low-key FW with it, as the kids say. But yeah, I mean, I can't necessarily pick a winner just yet. I think these are both solid comps, and it's really going to come down to execution. But obviously, to get this far, you need to be good players. So I can't really put money on either team here. I guess we'll have to see.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I ultimately this is make or break time for the side of Lockdown, and I think they have a pretty good comp to pull off the make side of things, but also the side of Blob Gap could say hi, bye, and then just knock everyone off the field, and all of a sudden you have an Octavia and an Era that don't exist, and X that kind of needs those two, the support of the other two to get anything going. As we're hopping into the game, Zar and ETOS, of course, picking up those missile propulsion pickups, and everyone else on the field is going to be picking up Chrono Boost. And I mean, that does make sense. You're going to have a whole lot more of those buffs for the X and the Era, and of course the flow state is very fun to have that Chrono Boost on. But as we're seeing right there, ETOS with the missile propulsion is just kind of able to do a bunch of damage, do a bunch of pressure, and just kind of already show that Geo is super low, Sloth is super low, and that's both barriers down now.
With all due respect to all 6 players on the field, my estimation is that this game is going to come down to whether or not Giovanni is allowed to live. Evidently, not so much the case right now, but I think even because even playing well isn't necessarily paramount here, because you already do have the chrono pickup, so the scaling has already been half done for you. It's just going to be, can he get this Octi value, or is the fact that he's playing Octi going to come back to bite him and just kill him? But it's actually X, the Stagger Merchant, that's getting killed here. Geo not looking too hot either. Sloth having to do a bit of thinking there, thinks incorrectly, Rookie Cookie. W8, W Patience finds the strike into bot corner past the Bewitching Beam, and we do see a goal on the board for Lockdown. I mean, not Lockdown, Jesus. The other one, Blob Gap.
Yeah, Blob Gap already showing why they've picked the comp that they've picked, as the damage is just flying across the board, especially like right up into the start of that point, onto the side of Lockdown. But I mean, now they both have two players on the side of Blobgap have flip available, and that's going to be Czar taking Sloth off the field, and that's going to be that big finish onto the flip from Cookie, as this will be double kill, and oh my gosh, just really quick, just absolute annihilation of this point.
Man, I wasn't even able to finish eating like a solitary Cheez-It before I had to start casting it. That was a disaster point for Lockdown. I guess on the other side of that coin, brilliant execution from Team Blobgap there to force the issue so early. Yodes hanging on to his flip somewhat miraculously, meaning that he'll be in a great stagger situation. Opts to rip the secondary into the flip. Does still lose first barrier, but it's not the end of the world. It's equal barriers on both sides, and Rookie Cookie forcing a change to the state of affairs there. Great dash into Sloth, who's unable to do all too much on this era goalie. Great decision making there from Yodes to rip the primary, to put Kami into stun and find the out clear, but the pain of relief is only temporary. Good interplay between the two forwards on the goal line there, but it is an ace. Kamakiri walks it in, and there is a goal for Lockdown. They're the ones killing in this point.
Yeah, I mean, the damage straight flows both ways. Eric can buff that X, and Kami is just able to punch everyone off the map. And it's a really great job from Lockdown. It's going to mean that now they are not up, but not even tied, but looking at least better on in this first set of the game. As there is going to be a lot of damage found onto Rookie Cookie. Kami, with the X Maximus, is still able to find the barriers. ETOS are great defense with Rookie, or with Cookie. As we get into the kind of later points of this, later set part of this point, Geo can be able to knock down that second barrier with Kami, and now it's an open net for the side of Blobgap. Just so scary for the side of Blobgap. They kind of have a winning comp, but they have to find the opportunities to win, as Geo just feels really, really powerful right now.
Blob not quite getting it clear, but killing with flip somehow. Hello. And now power play in favor of Lockdown once again. Giovanni trying to walk that thing in off of the flow state. Everyone is piling onto Yodsvid, but Yodsvid survives. Does rip the flip for fun, though. Maybe it was to buy Zarhinov some time to heal, but it does mean that this is a losing matchup for the Atlas. Kamakiri, Loki just flips into him for fun, but it should still be a goal. It is not a goal. W defense into not quite a W barrier. Takes Sloth, able to regain his bearings just in time and feed it into Kamakiri, and there we go. A bit of chaos unfolding before our eyes, but Kamakiri gets it done at the end of the day. Business end of the point, and there we go. 2-2 first set.
Yeah, very back and forth. Blobgap up 2-0 going into this matchup, and then all of a sudden, hey, Lockdown said, hey, we're here to play. We're here to, not get taken out of the playoffs this early on. And they're doing a pretty great job of that so far, as Geo using that Chrono Boost very effectively, just in order to keep the speed alive. But that is a little bit of a scary spot now, as one barrier going down. Zara and Yoda's just trying to find this clear onto the offensive line, as that is now second barrier down from the side of Lockdown. It feels like just a lot of the speed is given to the side of Lockdown, but also the damage pressure and those abilities that just hit everything just are so hard. Is that Czar going to be able to grab that goal?
Finding the snipe with the forwards Fini primary. Great read from the midfielder. And now is able to try to put a stop to this Octavia onslaught. Still a bucket of good awakenings here. Opts for the Kata. Completely understandable on a map like this where you hit people for fun. Does mean that Geo is baking the glass. I guess so. Yeah, why not? And then we're seeing the single spark get finally picked up. Third pick of the draft by Sloth, looking to scale.
Yeah, that 1-2 punch on X is going to be really, really scary if you are the side of Blobgap. That is a lot more damage allotted to you. But also, EUSL is going to pick up that Orb Dancer. I think a lot of this kind of next interaction is going to be based off of whether or not you can make or break this Atlas Orb Dancer, and it doesn't even matter so far as our Cookie going to be able to grab that goal barrier down, grab that goal, and getting to this next point. I think I'm really looking forward to seeing how kind of, if we go to an overtime, if we go to the later few seconds of the point, I want to see how these teams adapt and interact with with each other. And I mean, if we even go to an end of the point, as the flip is available and used for Czar is going to be saved from EUSL for not too long, as that is going to be both barriers down for the set of blob gap now.
Vinny, old value not able to be gotten there. I guess you do deal a lot of damage at a bare minimum. Slaw finding a smart strike into Kamakiri to hold on to his barrier. Geo is basically suicidally pushing wall here. He's just trying to force the issue before he's forced to bed. Is not contesting orb as a trap. There he dies. And in any case, it's another power play in favor of Lockdown. Kamakiri, heroic Zoli moment there. Now cutting past with a great bell ringer, forcing Yodes to collect the ball in his own arc, and that power play comes to nothing. And more notably, Geo is now back to a full stick of health, which is great. It is able to dash back and help Sloth. And now surge forward. Yode's a little too quick to concede on the first time of asking, but Giovanni just doing Octi things there, sliding it in. Second time is the charm, and we're 1-1 here.
Yeah, you know, Geo asking nicely and taking the point for their own, as I think just the speed from Geo is very scary here. If you are the side of blob gap, you have to figure out how to get this core around this Octavia, who with Chrono Boost just has that extra time and also a whole lot more opportunities to hit the core and blow you up with her speed. And I mean, we saw there. Oh my gosh! Okay, never mind. That's gonna be the kill on the Gavi. That was an open net for the side of blob gap. I mean, the side of Lockdown is looking really comfortable here.
Giovanni is waking the hell up, guys. Hello? That is a second Giovanni piss carry there in spite of the health situation of his teammates. Great stuff by Lockdown. They are surging to life here in this point in this series. They just need to keep it up if they want to continue to persist here in EUSL. That's not what you want to see. Sloth losing his barrier. Giovanni soon to lose his life if he's not too careful. Zarhainef looking to surge forward. Gets shrunk by the Era Beam though, meaning he's unable to win the interaction in the midfield. Unable to get the flip off his Sloth too. Completely blows the energy, and the Mini persists and continues to cause havoc here with this secondary. There are several people who could be on the chopping block imminently. Kamakiri looking to lay down the pain, but must prioritize the core, as is Giovanni up across on the opposite side of the field. Another great dodge by Yodes to make sure Kamakiri is unable to find a kill, damage, or any sort of scaling. Is being held to level 5. Yodes forcing the issue with the strike shot, keeping that danger in the bot lane. Finds a great back pass out to Sarhainef as both members of the blob gap defense look to assuage the situation. They rotate it forward into top lane. Sloth is doing everything in his power to hold on to the barrier. It's not quite enough. Not quite enough as the strike shot from Yodes either. Does lose the first barrier, might lose the second here, but Rookie Cookie surging forward, doing nutty things, but Sloth is equal to it, is able to find the out. Yodes panicking a little bit, whiffs like 10 strikes in a row, and there is Kamakiri to pick up the pieces to get the smash, to open the barn door and shove it right through, and we're 1-1 here.
Yeah, I mean, just great job from the side of Lockdown. You know, tying up this game here is, I see a lot of really good things for Octavia, but you can only choose one. Probably going to be seeing that rapid fire, picked up for that Octavia, as now getting into the rest of this draft. I think a lot has been opened up for a certain few characters. Certainly I see Explosive Entrance or Monumentalist for Era, for Sloth. And yeah, we opt for Explosive Entrance. Adrenaline Rush for Kamakiri could be a lot of damage allotted to your character. But also, you know, Manu, and we got Happy Star or Extra Special for Czar and Yotis. So it could be pretty scary here, is getting already into the point. One barrier down for the side of Lockdown, and I mean, just, oh wow, both barriers down now.
Sloth and friends with their backs up against the wall here to start life here in this third set. Giovanni getting forward. Kamakiri getting the kill. Power play Lockdown. Fortunes could be reversed here if they're able to keep things up. Giovanni looking for a smart strike. Kamakiri low-key kind of griefing with the hit stun attempt, but it still works out at the end of the day. Giovanni using that speed boost to cut off the outclear up and around the back of the barrier, and is now forcing forward with his last ounce of stagger, looking to take that second barrier, but doesn't quite come to fruition. Now has to play very careful, not careful enough. Life and wall not respected. And wow, okay, we're trading kills at least. That said, I believe that was a live out of Yodes, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. I don't think there's any size, but Yodes still losing his barrier, quite unfortunately. And Kamakiri looking to get some kill value off of that flip, and is now forcing that corner offense alongside Giovanni. They do rob Yodes of his circle, meaning this is going to be rough, especially when this Octi's moving at 15 quintillion billion miles per hour. It is able to help Kamakiri get the confirm there, and we're seeing the first goal of this set go to Lockdown.
Yeah, Lockdown kind of figuring out what they need to do, and that is just, play a player up the entire game. As it is a little scary for both sides, honestly, because the damage just gets piled on really quickly from both sides onto each other. As Sloth and Geo taken pretty low, and that's going to be both barriers down now for the side of Lockdown. They're just going to find some way to close these out, as Blobgap, only one game away from being able to lock in this series, but they got to find some way to just, lock the game down and win. As that is going to kill Geo off the map, but it doesn't matter. It is Kami and Sloth working together. Oh, Core goes super slow, and that's Mizar with the triple take. Going to be able to lock in that goal. Is a little bit of a race to the finish on that point.
Wow. Absolute action there, to say the least. Both teams now at 1 apiece here, and this is looking to be an uncharacteristically long DD game. Both teams evenly matched, fighting for their lives. Sloth unable to find the primary, though, and Rookie Cookie capitalizing on it brilliantly. Now looking to rob Giovanni of his life, but cannot find the kill just yet. But oh wow, and neither can the flip. A little too far back in the primary from Yodsman, unable to seal the deal either. Meaning we persist on the 3v3, which is great because Kamakiri is able to be where he needs to be to start affecting this offense. Does get one barrier, but unable to get the second. Zerhainev responding in turn with a good strike to split the difference between Sloth and Kamakiri there, and the second barrier taken off of the Mini ultimate, and there goes Giovanni. Power play in favor of Blobgap. But Kamakiri a bit fortuitously getting pushed forward by the NATO is able to keep striking up on the enemy's half of the field. But now Blobgap looking to slow down the tempo and win a great interaction there. Zerhainev with the right flip at the right time to kill the poor Geo and get the goal there.
Yeah, I mean, another great little bit about the Mini is that she just picked up extra special in that previous set, which means that special, the reason that the character always gets banned out is happening so often, like the start of every point, nice and easy, for fun, for free. And I think it's really working wonders. It didn't do anything at this point so far, but it's definitely kind of changing the game up a little bit for the side of Lockdown. It's just kind of free offensive play for Blobgap every time. But that doesn't matter if Kami is just going to be able to get the flip and get the barrier down now. Open up for the side of Blobgap, but it doesn't matter to Cookie. Is flip almost available for them. Sorrow and saves found for both sides so far.
Zerhainev, great find, trying to funnel it into Rookie Cookie. Rookie Cookie opting not to flip there. Perhaps at the cost of his life, but a great preemptive save from Yodes. I mean, he's now got a full stick of health and a full stick of energy and is looking to capitalize brilliantly via Giovanni. Man, great instincts. Bro. God. Okay, anyway, all good. We're seeing nobody has scored quite yet, but Blobgap still with their backs up against the wall. Good NATO from Sloth means that Kamakiri is able to get to the right place to knock that in with the bell ringer. Yodes, no stagger, no dodge to his name there, and we're at 2-2 here.
Yeah, Yodes a little attacked by the Whimsy there, as it is not really something that you want to see in this game. You just want to close it out. You need 4 more points to win the series, and Cookie's looking really low. Yodes are just trying to get the core out. And I really want to see kind of Yoda's priming these orbs a little bit more, because it feels like Kami's just able to grab the goalie orb and kind of cut out any speed that Yoda's has, as now that's Kami with the Adrenaline Rush running at the speed game for just a little bit. But it is going to be flipped from Zar, catching that barrier down. Kami with the flip is going to be able to catch the other barriers. It's a bit of back and forth here, but we just Blobgap has to find a way to close this out, as Geo with the lag back, and Kami is going to be able to get the strike.
Kamakiri is getting it done, and presumably we'll get first pick here. Yep, there goes. I mean, this could be an X moment, pending awakenings. There's a couple good ones for a lot of people here. Notably, there's also the hot shot for Yodes, should he opt to go that route, which should make getting through him all that much more difficult. Kamakiri being a bit deliberate, opting for the fight or flight, perhaps for the mobility. Pretty solid pickup, does means the hot shot goes the way of Yodesman, which is another solid pickup, complemented by even more killing from Rookie Cookies with this heavy impact. Sloth is continuing to build Spark, grabs the second Spark, and Geo kind of left with the dregs. All three sides opts for the wreck drone for the revive value at least.
Yeah, that's a pretty good draft, honestly, for the side of Blood Gap, despite losing at that set, and I think they're pretty happy about that, as it feels like they've come into this next point, guns blazing, with Cookie now taking down that second barrier thanks to that astral projection from EUSL. And I mean, now we're looking at just an open net for the side of Lockdown, nothing taken yet from Blob Gap, and I mean, I think the hot shot as well. The longer that this point goes on, the scarier and scarier EUSL becomes. As that astral projection crosses the entire field, and it's also going to start hitting like an absolute truck in that overtime on the core. And I mean, if they can kind of stall it out a bit longer, every single time, every single second that they wait is another goal score, basically, as that's going to be Cookie getting the nice easy flip, locking it in to the net. As I mean, two flips still available for the side of Blob Gap is pretty scary for the side of Lockdown, but also, you know, two flips almost available for Lockdown.
This is definitely has the makings of a very rough point. I just don't know who exactly it's going to be rough for just yet. Still a lot of flips, but we're slowly seeing them whittled away. There have been 2 blown, if I'm not mistaken, thus far in the point within 15 seconds. And now Zarhynef and Geo both looking a little dicey, not to say nothing about Rookie Cookie, who's probably low-key dead as hell, does well enough to footsie around that Aaron ETOS to survive for the time being, does get knocked into corner, which is oh so scary, is having to just grab orbs for fun in the middle of the park while Yodes and Zar deal with the defense. They do so brilliantly well, and also managed to pick up a kill on Geo, meaning that Wreck Drone is no longer going to proc for the rest of the set, which is brilliant, means that they're able to kill that much more effectively the side of Blob Gap. Rookie Cookie in the right place at the right time to back up Yodes there and get the kill in spite, or not the kill, the clear in spite of Sloth's primary. But both goalies generally doing an impeccable job to hold on to their barriers as we push into OT. Not a single one has dropped or been chipped away. Another great find on the circle by Yodes into a very nutty angle to nonetheless lose the first barrier as we continue on in this point.
Yeah, but the astral projection into flip from Zara is going to end up locking down the kill onto Kami, and now it's a power play for the side of Blob Gap. Oh, great save! Celestial Intervention from EUSL is going to mean that no power play is found for the side of Lockdown, as still 1 barrier for each side, but that is going to be now Geo taken off the field. Sloth looking very low, but Zar able to grab the orbs, heal back up a little bit, and I mean, that's still a flip available for EUSL. We could potentially see just the goal here. Sloth, great defense, is going to keep it up for now.
Continues to keep it out with a couple smart out-clear finds, but the situation just goes from bad to worse. Is still able to win a couple strike wars up into Rookie Cookie, but man, it just seems like the ball continually keeps ending up in Sloth's art. Great holds by Yodes, still has flip. This guy, I kid you not, has probably held flip for 3 minutes at this point. Incredible discipline, incredible resolve to not expend that energy, and is continuing to do so alongside Zarhynef. And wow, hello? But he actually just put that in the particle accelerator. Maybe that was just me getting... I'm currently on 220 milliseconds of ping, so maybe that just looked a little funny on my screen, but that was the fastest I've ever seen Atlas Primary hit the ball. I guess Hot Shot Missile Prop will do that, but even then, wow.
Yeah, I mean, I said that hot shot would come into play as soon as we hit overtime, and there it is. Just nice, quick core to absolutely shred through the entirety of basically everyone on the field once that astral projection hit it. But that doesn't mean Zar taking off the field, maybe reading that flip a little bit. Thought Geo wouldn't quite have the damage to kill, but it doesn't matter, as that's going to be Cookie. EUSL trying to keep it out. Kami just too big, too aggressive on that offensive line, and now we're looking at potentially Lockdown, you know, down 2-0 in the set, but maybe making their way back into this set, and if they want to close it out now, they definitely can.
Giovanni looking to do so, gets the first barrier, but also blows flip. So we're seeing the all too familiar situation of an Octavia without dodge in a wall pressure situation. But the wall pressure situation actually comes to bite Cookies first and foremost. That forward's dead for another 5 seconds, and Lockdown graciously surging forward. There goes Giovanni, though, as a bit of collateral damage off of the defense. Sloth also losing both his barriers, caught on the overcommittal, and also punished immensely for the hubris there. Great recovery by the side of Blob Gap, and they are now 1 set, I repeat, 1 set away from knocking Lockdown out of contention.
Yeah, as team player online potentially for this Atlas for EUSL. But also, you got aerials, you got fire up. A lot of really good awakenings for the goalies here to potentially just kind of boost their team even further. We're going to see that team player locked in, though, for EUSL, as that is going to be Geo picking up that peak, fire up picked up for Sloth. And I think it's a lot of kind of supporting awakenings picked up here for the side of Lockdown. And OIA, Omega Fuse Accelerator, could be pretty nice to have on Kami. It could also be a very scary thing, because if you're X, you're the one that doesn't really have any movement on the team and kind of need your teammates to help you. So I guess you'll have a bit more speed, but also you're kind of a sitting duck still, as your health bar is even more of a target. But we'll see what happens here. Is one barrier down from each side, and Geo, has no evade available. Still does have that recovery drone, so depending on how the damage flies, we may be seeing a kill here for, honestly, either side. Zara looking really low, though.
Bro, genuinely get me out of this timeline. What kind of weird, bizarre reality are we in where Giovanni is not taking OIA? Honest to God, this is the first time I've ever seen him just put the fries in the bag and decide to live. It's looking to perhaps be paying dividends here, because he's alive and Rookie Cookie is not alive. Kamakiri is alive and Mani is not alive. And this is a 3v1. Yo's getting slapped silly like a piñata on a kid's birthday party. Opts to save himself at the expense of the goal. And there we go. Lockdown. Absolutely locking it down and locking in on the kills there, and they are drawing first blood here in set 5.
Yeah, kills found, but there were a lot of cooldowns used in order to be able to get that goal found. So I'm a little scared for this next point. Never mind, as that's both barriers down for the side of Blob Gap, and it feels like Kami and Geo are just trying to run it down instead of lock it down here and just finish out this game. But that is going to be evade burn from Geo, and kind of a bit of a scary open spot for the side of both teams. You gotta figure out how to get this through. His great defense from Czar is gonna mean no barrier, no goal just found. As one barrier down now from the side of Lockdown.
Sloth and Geo just paying patient, biding their time, slowly driving it up along this top plane. Yodes has a lot of stuff up his sleeve, and Zarheinif has flipped, mind you, so defense is gonna be pretty set if they're able to execute correctly. That said, Geo trying to change that state of error, surging forward and forcing the flip out of Zarheinif. Zarheinif actually lives, and now it's Geo that dies, unable to do much, if anything, about that. Great dodge by Zarheinif, hello, and crazy rebound too. It might have been off the bell ringer, but in any case, what that does mean is Rookie Cookie opportunistically taps that past Sloth to level things up here in set 5. 2 points left to play.
Yeah, I think Blobcat getting that goal, getting that point is very crucial for just keeping mental up and keeping this game in their hands here, as they just want to close it out here and now. They got 2 more points, and potentially they can win this series and make it to that losers finals. But Czar or Cookie have to figure out how to get this through. Geo, Kami both looking pretty low, as that flip is going to have to be burned out. But Kami, with the Vam Races, is going to be able to heal all the way to full. But, I mean, both of those barriers down is a little scary for the slide of Lockdown, as now flip still online for EUSL. But Kami going to force that flip out of EUSL with that X Maximus.
Oh, looking all too scary. Yodsman with no dodge to his name, but is able to strike like a beast, and now rips the secondary to buy a little bit of precious time at this point. Backwards bell ringer is not what you want to see, especially into this Fini ult, but it actually goes right into Kamakiri. Kamakiri is trying to break the front door down with a core flip, but the ball's unable to get to him. This Fini just a little too quick, policing that midfield like a boss to get that ball away from this big scary X Slot being forced into flip situation. The read is correct from Rookie Cookie, but it's not enough. Crazy stall by Yodsman. He somehow keeps that out, buys enough time off the ultimate, but does just lose the strike war there. Good striking by Kamakiri, and Lockdown are 1 point away from taking us to a game 3 to continuing to survive here in this series. Can Blob Gap stop them, or can Lockdown just lock in for like 30 more seconds? We'll have to see.
Yeah, Czar almost taken off the field, but that flip is going to mean that that the first barrier is going to go down from Lockdown, and Geo is looking very, very low. I think they just have to find some way to close this out here. 2 flips available for the side of Blobgap could be pretty big if they are able to kind of use them effectively. But also that is now a dead Geo could be pretty scary for Lockdown as our Yoda's trying to close at this point. That's a double kill now for the side of Blobgap, but they only need one more as Kabi thought they had flip. That's me elusive burned, a little bit less energy as 2 flips available for Blobgap could potentially mean curtains for the side of Lockdown. We just have to see as we get into this final point.
There is no other way this game could have gone. Set 5.5, everything here on the line for Lockdown, and by extension a whole lot of everything on the line here for Blobgap as well. They want to put things to bed here. They want to find the defenses they need. Zarhynif and Yodes being forced out of flip. This is not what you want heading into an X, but Kamakiri is not able to receive enough of the core to make some scary things happen. Is now walking up, blows the flip. It's a bit of a mixed execution. And Sloth, to say nothing of Sloth losing his first barrier, it means this has got to be advantage Blobgap here. They are able to courageously hold on to their second barrier. Yode's now losing his first. Giovanni acting real scary, perhaps suicidal, surging forward, taking that second barrier with an excellently placed slate. Sloth doing everything in his power to keep the ball where he doesn't want it. Sloth and Gio are back and hitting the ball for dear life. Kamakiri is now trying to set things up, but it might just not happen. There we go, crazy. Giovanni getting there in time to feed it into Kamakiri. Kamakiri just needs to strike this past Yodes. Yodes has no secondary, no strike, and there we go. It had to be a game 3. It had to be a game 3. Kamakiri keeps their cool and locks in and strikes it right past Yodes, who's unable to respond with one of his own.
Yeah, that is going to be a game 3, of course. Both teams, proven why they're here. As I mean, it looked very, very good for Blobgap throughout a lot of that game. But also, I mean, the kill counts kind of tell a story. 17 kills from the side of Blobgap and only 13 found for the side of Lockdown, which I say only, but that's also a very high kill count for any team to really have in a lot of these games. But I mean, that is just the Demon Deus curse, as I mean, just the comp from Lockdown. Kami felt probably a lot more confident with that era just absolutely buffing the heck out of the X, and I mean, Giovanni was there to just keep everything flowing with that flow state and all those abilities. Now, I mean, game 3, it's anyone's game.
Man, I don't even know what to say. 80,000 damage? Hello? That was a 28-minute DD game. Christ. Yeah, Lockdown, known for their mental, and we're able to just about get it over the line there. Where are we going? We're going to the lab, game 3. It had to be the lab. It just had to be the lab. We could be in for a very long game 3 here. I assume both teams are definitely going to need a hot second to recuperate after what was... Man, absolute beastly series. For me, that's probably one of the tightest games I've commentated this season. And now, Lockdown, surging back, leveling the sets here, 1 apiece, everything to play for here on the lab. I think, man, who knows? They were able, I to a certain extent, I rate Lockdown now, because they were able to persist in spite of literally, the comp of doom and despair on DD and somehow managed to get it done nonetheless. So I think on a map that is perhaps a bit more in their wheelhouse, they might have the potential to get it done. Get it done. Awakening is pending.
And I mean, there's a lot of back and forth for this series, and I mean, whatever happens. As going back up to check out the maps, we are at lab for game 3, and we're still waiting on. Okay, never mind. We are no longer waiting on Blobgap to figure out which side they're going to be on. Is that's going to be blue for the side of Blobgap against Lockdown. And what do you think, Badge?
Wait, you cut out. What were you asking me?
What do you think we're gonna see here at lab? Blue for Blobgap. What do you think they're gonna be trying?
I mean, as much of a boring non-answer as this is, I think it's going to come down to Awakenings. But I think what I will say is I think Yodsman's probably just going to continue to play Principled. I think every series we've seen from Yods thus far, he has not picked a single ejector. So I assume he's probably just going to continue to play Principled tennis there in the back, and if he can help it, take some form of lockdown there. As for Sloth, like, I feel like Sloth's decision is also a bit in flux here. I feel like, does he want to continue with a pick that is perhaps a bit more mobile, or is at this point, are we at the business end of the season? He's just going to go pick his patented Asher and make things happen. I've been pinged in Prod Studio. Hello? What is happening? Oh, okay. Whoa. Okay, sure. Okay, so we're apparently sending. Are we sending to break, or here comes the cavalry. There's a lot of stuff happening in Prod Studio right now.
Yeah, so I'm excited for this next game, but I fear I may have to go. I'm 20 minutes late to dinner. But we do have the lovely Ether that's going to be hopefully stepping in for this next game, this final game. And good luck to these teams. I think Atlas's lab with that Blob Gap Blue is going to be a great matchup. I'll be watching from my phone as we're gonna cut to a quick break here, and I won't see you on the other side, but have fun on the other side. I'll be watching from the sidelines as one of you.
WCast. Okay, in the meantime, so I don't think we're actually throwing to a break. Yeah, there you go. Okay, here he is, the man of the hour. The man of the hour
God.
appearing on your screen. Okay, hello, welcome. What are we doing? Hello? No break needed.
Yeah, no break needed. That's the best part about all of it. And hey, I've joined. I have sort of been keeping up with the games while outside this morning, but I haven't been too aware. I guess we're going to game 3 of Blob Block, is that right?
It is game 3, and the past 2 have been absolute butt clenchers. We had a 27-minute, Clarion game into a 29-minute DD game of horror and killing and murder. 80k damage X, in case you didn't check the stats at the end of that one. So this is game 3 lockdown series, and I guess now it's actually both teams' series are on the line now that it's one apiece heading into this AtLab game. We don't quite have striker draft just yet, but man, yeah, the stakes could not be higher here.
Yeah, and the other thing I do want to point out here is this is, funnily enough, a matchup of XTMCT, right? On one side, you have Sloth and Giovanni. On the other side, you have Cookie66. And for the first time, I think, ever, we won't see all 3 members of TMCT in top 3.
Chills. Wow, single spark start. Hello. And now, Blobgap banning the Atlas, interestingly enough, not to mention the Kai. That's pretty understandable. We are seeing the Drek. Interestingly enough. I wonder, which one would that be? I wonder would that be Cookies on the Drek, or would that be, it's probably Cookies on the Drek. I mean...
Yeah, it's almost certainly Cookies. I don't ever think that Yodsman wants to play the Drek here. Obviously, with what's banned, it's completely possible he pivots towards it. But Yodsman's also pretty comfortable on stuff like the Juno, stuff like the Estelle, which just got picked away, the Aimee, the Dubu. There's still so much available. And I know that Cookies loves this Drakkar pick. And that's been banned away from him multiple times.
Luckily is able to wriggle in and take it this time around. Geo, I would almost certainly bet Geo with this rapid fire is taking the Estelle. Probably not a Sloth Estelle goalie here. We'll see who ends up complimenting Geo's Estelle here. It is the now. Wait, hold on. So that's not adding. Does that mean potentially Sloth Estelle goalie here, or are they doing double midfield?
It could also be Sloth now goalie. Like, Sloth has played the now, and it's completely, like, playable here, right? Especially on a rapid fire start, you're gonna have so many cooldowns. I'm curious to see if anyone actually here opts for the Spark of Strength, because the cooldown on rapid fire is so valuable, and oh, okay, this is gonna be fun. Oh no, never mind. Okay, for a second I thought that was gonna be Cookie's rune, but that's probably just gonna be Zarhina Fun rune, and then Cookie's putting the Zentaro. Wait, oh, that means it's Drakkar goalie, huh?
Wow. And we're seeing almost like kind of a little bit of a mix and match of the previous two blob gap comps in this series. We're seeing the Zen and the Rune, as well as the Drek. So, I mean, a bit of an amalgamation of the two. We're seeing maybe perhaps a bit more of a stereotypical lockdown comp here in the running here. I assume that's probably Kamakiri on the Rasmus. And yeah, I mean, I guess it is Sloth now goalie. I guess it is. I thought he was kind of apprehensive of picking this, but unless he's locking the Estelle, which I think is an even less common Sloth pick, I guess that's just how it's going to shake up. The rapid fire value will be conducive to just mashing creations in the face of his adversary. So I don't mind it one bit. What it does mean is that we're hopefully soon heading into game 3. I would sincerely hope so. And single spark. I mean, do you think anyone's going to be taking a single spark here?
It's hard to say. I think the only one that maybe makes sense is this Rasmus. Like, yes, Rasmus does like the rapid fire, but compared to the other characters, I think Rasmus is actually completely okay with opting to scale the sparks. Drakkar maybe as well. No, never mind. It's Drakkar goalie. Yeah, no, Drakkar goalie should always pretty much be locking rapid fire here, and I think everyone on the side of Blob Gap really wants this rapid fire.
Okay, interesting. What? Well, where's my game, bro? I want to watch my game. I'm so excited, actually, like genuinely, because, wow, game 3. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say, so who do you like? Okay, so maybe Spark. I feel like surely like a couple people take Spark there. Am I delusional?
The thing is, right, spark scaling is always useful, and if it's like any other awakening, I am so down for like half the lobby to be taking spark here. But the thing is rapid fire is so valuable. I kind of compare it to like a quick strike start in a way, where yes, people can opt not to take quick strike, but it feels kind of bad to pass up on the quick strike in a lobby where everyone else is going to be striking fast. And same thing goes for primaries. And we also know some of these characters, stuff like the Rune, the Estelle, the Centaur, the Drakkar, so many good primaries. And especially for the Zen, yes, you can take the Spark of Strength for the power, but if you take the Rapid Fire, it makes it way more easy to keep someone perma-staggered. And that's pretty good on a map like Atlas Lab, where you can pretty easily put out damage, either by forcing people into the black hole, or by forcing people around it, which means less space for them to maneuver around and dodge your abilities.
It's going to be okay. That's great. Everyone's hovering. Okay, so it's Yode's Drek. Hello? Okay,
Yes.
interesting. Okay,
That is expected.
I thought
Once
we
the
were-
Centaur is locked in, that makes a lot more sense to put that Drakkar onto Yodsman. I think on this map, Drakkar is pretty good on both goalie and brawler. I think decent on midfield, but obviously Drakkar midfield, it's okay. After the speed changes, it has gotten a little worse, but again, strike shotgun, you know what I mean?
Amen. Okay, they're going to be hopefully doing a lot of that. They need to, because here we are, folks. Game 3 of Losers Semifinals. This is for all the maybe not all the marbles, a lot of the marbles.
A lot of the marbles.
A lot of marbles vis-a-vis your survival and your continuation in EUSL Season 10. So that's a few marbles, some are saying. In any case, we do see an early first barrier loss by Sloth and friends, but not too much of an issue. We know AdLab, our old friend, finally back from the dead, and characteristically has been picked at every single series today. Go figure. But yeah, we're getting into an all too familiar J-corner pressure situation, which does go the way of Blob Gap there. They're unable to force the issue and get the door open, though. Rookie Cookie looking so low, though, but is continuing to play the game and is getting a sequence of good abilities there. Might actually go all the way, but not quite. Has flipped now, so this is surely like something scary. Has to flip for survivability, though, and he dies. Wait, he doesn't die? Never mind. No, it's actually Kamakiri Rasmus that dies. Hello. Means that it is a power play in favor of the Blobs for a little bit longer, but Geo saying F you, power play actually flips for barrier there, meaning it's lockdown that gets the most value out of those 13 seconds. Holy cow. Okay, W, crazy course speed, and there we go. That was kind of a troll point all around, but there we go.
That's like the Rune Pillar reverse jump scare, because everyone, I think even on the side of lockdown, was expecting that Rune Pillar to hold that position, even if for like another 0.2 or 0.3 seconds, which would have made a difference. But it just decided to disappear at the worst possible time, and Yosman just not prepared for it, and I can't really fault him there. Overall, though, I think Blobgap has been playing these first few points pretty well. But you have to remember, right, this Estelle Rasmus is very threatening, especially in the early game. But then when they start to get more cooldowns, it becomes a lot dicier to deal with.
Yodsman characteristically not flipping in a very scary situation and somehow getting away with it, meaning that at least he'll have some energy to maybe help force this issue, as does Sloth, who also holds his resolve, hangs on to the flip as both teams vie for possession here in bot lane. Things could be getting a little dicey. Commentary looking for a tricky kill onto Zerhyneth, but I don't think that was ever going to happen in any universe. Also sneaks in from behind and forces a couple flips out of Yods, does kind of blow his own flip for fun though, which is a bit unfortunate, but perhaps doubly unfortunate is the fact that Rookie Cookie kind of just exploded off of the portal. Kamakiri is looking to maybe explode soon as well. Very low stagger as he continues to try to force the ball through. It's actually Sloth who TPs in and seals the deal though. And there goes my brawler, meaning it is once again power play for Blobgap, and they Loki don't even need the value. The ball just goes in immediately.
And very well played out by Rookie Cookie, and you can kind of already see it here. Because of the rapid fire, it does mean that everyone is just under way more damage threat because of the frequency of abilities. People don't have to just save those abilities for core control in these early points. They can acceptably use it for damage, and that's what's just allowed so many more of these power plays, and that's what's been getting a lot more of these barriers for both of these teams.
Yodsman doing well to just contain the ball up around the other side of the field with a couple good shotguns. Sloth with the great timing of the strike there to not get called out by his Zentaro dash. For a second, I thought that was like a pillar grieve, but it's actually a great, brilliant pillar defense by Zerhyneth. He is, in fact, on the blue team, so good stuff there. Great Dorito out of Sloth, though, to completely deny a flip for very little investment on his own part. That said, the pressure is still being kept up here in top lane. Great ulti out of Yodes to keep the ball exactly where the side of the Blobs want it. But now things perhaps reaching a little bit more of a lull, but the lull is immediately snuffed out. Crazy chaos there in the bot lane as a kill is found onto Giovanni. Sloth able to once again find a smart strike to deal with the situation, and they also get out in front of that Zentaro primary to continue the offense in favor of Lockdown, surprisingly. But now we're threatening in the arc, but Giovanni once again batting it back to establish a bit of a neutral state.
Yeah, now look at Rookie Cookie's health bar. It's not looking particularly great. Zerhyneth looking for the pass forward. Black Hole is starting to come up, so that is threatened there. And now it's an open net on both sides. The pass looking to be gotten there. And now Kamikiri, good banish actually to deny any chance of his flip there. But the flip does come through. Where does it go? It gets fed right into the primary, but still nothing to be accomplished. Forcing the flip out of Sloth there. And that's the Oni's Blade. Rookie Cookie having even fewer tools now on the offense. Question is can time be bought by Yodsman and Zerhyneth for Rookie Cookie to make any sort of offense? And it's finally up to the Zentaro.
Kamakiri not able to find a good flow chart there. Yodsman and friends just taking these interactions patiently in the top corner, biding their time, looking for that out, which they do get. Granted, the reprieve is quite temporary because the ball's right back in Yods' face off of a really rapid-fire Dorito there. Sloth once again finding a smart out clear. Looks like neither brawler is necessarily ever in a position to cover the out. It seems like both goalies are able to leverage the core speed and just find those rotations so easily. Giovanni now, I mean, respect his life, as does Sloth. Whoa! Hello, Sloth. Beast mode, somehow holding on there, but it looks almost inevitable given that Cookies is in the net with Flip, and Flip not even needed. That is great from an energy standpoint because now you have a Flip and full health heading into a pivotal third point.
Yeah, very well played there out by Zerhyneth, and it's crucial because Rookie Cookie, his health bar really wasn't in a great situation, and now he has his flip at full HP for this next point, and that's about to be 3 flips for 1 available for the side of Blobgap, so energy economy steadily in their favor.
Blob, this could be curtains. Yep. I mean, like, what do you do? Like, genuinely, what do you do there? I mean, even if you somehow deal with the Cookies dash, Zerhyneth is standing in your face ready to mash. Well, it's not his spacebar. He probably has it bound to something else. Mash whatever his flip button is and just knock it in on the second time of asking. And speaking of Zerhyneth, that is the man of the moment. He gets the first pick in draft. Will be very interesting to see what he picks up.
Yeah, Spark and Peak, I think, what I'm looking at. And yeah, he opts for the Peak. That does mean the Chrono Boost does go to Sloth, so potentially a little bit dangerous, meaning that your team members are going to be a lot faster. But in the end, the Spark does fall to the side of Blobgap, and think that's what they were hoping for. On the opposite side, speed onto Giovanni, and Kamikiri is now completely juiced up with size.
Wow, I mean, Rasmus, yeah, hopefully he gets a little value out of that. It does seem like he's a little bit quiet in this series thus far. And wow, I mean, it's Geo that's being completely silenced there, though. Knocked off of the map, meaning Sloth and Kamakiri in another power play, which seems to be a bit of a beckoning theme here in Game 3. They do well enough to just lose one barrier, which once again is not necessarily an issue so long as you have the second. Sloth holding on to that second one for dear life, but is not quite able to do so. Kamakiri should be on the way out here, but is actually able to play his life immaculately, maintaining the personnel equality, and there goes the wreck drone. We are still in a 3v3, but now Kamakiri will be getting no more survivability out of that awakening. Smartly opts to just go for a single barrier there rather than greeting a double, is able to negotiate around the Drek ultimate to take it, and now Sloth beating it back into Kamakiri, who's not quite able to make anything happen just yet.
Health bars on the side of Lockdown, not looking particularly great. Bear nearly found though, and once again, the lifeline finally coming through. Sloth wanted to join aggressively and taps it on in for that second barrier. It's up to Kamikiri really to secure this, but his health bar still quite low, and Rookie Cookie looking to finish him off. Doesn't really find the kill there, and it's still on the side of Blob Gap. Health bar not looking particularly great for Rookie Cookie, and he opts to leave that corner play where he'll be even more damaged. But it just stays back and forth between both teams. The flip available for Zarhynef, but the core has just drifted away from his hands.
Both members of the Lockdown offensive line looking so unhealthy. He's dead. Oh, he dodges. He dodges. He somehow had just enough energy to dodge. That's insane. And there we go. Sloth now smartly using the flip to just make sure nothing goes awry. But that does mean on the second time of asking, has nothing up his sleeve to make anything happen. The Dorito just a little too slow, meaning Zarhynef is there to capitalize and tap that thing in. And 1-0 on the set here for Blob Gap.
Okay, I don't know if you caught it there, but I don't think Zarhynef realized the interaction about how that now Dorito works, because he flipped and then he walked into the Dorito, but what you have to do there, you have to strike while in the Dorito and touching the core to get your core flip through it, and I think he just expected it to disappear, but it didn't. But that doesn't really matter here, as Zarhynef and the rest of Blobyop has already lost their first barrier in this point.
Kamakiri, man, life, like low-key, Kamakiri's life has sucked for the past 2 hours. I'm going to say it. This guy is just, he's just getting bullied. They are just hitting him. And then it's like every so often, maybe they'll hit Giovanni if they're opportunistic about it. But it really just seems like Kamakiri is just not allowed to live. But here he goes. Okay, he's back into action now. He's straddling the black hole, though. It could get a little dicey, but is able to not die just yet. Giovanni is actually the one having the law laid down onto him just about now. Sloth still holding in spite of all the chaos unfolding around him. One barrier apiece, both on top lane for both goalies, as we once again tick into overtime. A very common time period to be observed here in the series thus far, as neither team is really able to make anything happen. It just seems like the ball's bouncing around like a pinball machine, and there we go, the crazy core speed catching Sloth out this time around. Yo's holding his resolve, carrying his barrier, and Zarhynef somehow scoring there. I guess he was literally infinitesimally out of the reach of Sloth, meaning it's now 2-0 for Blob Gap here.
Strike shot saves that, but no, all jokes aside, it's just so unfortunate there for Sloth. It just barely sneaks past him. And yeah, we do see the rapid fire value from... it's hard to say both sides, because yes, Sloth, yes, Giovanni, they're doing a good job at kind of holding these angles, holding the offenses from the side of Blob Gap, but using your abilities to hold in that case means that you don't have it for the damage, and that's where the side of Blob Gap is getting their value out of this rapid fire. They just continue shooting one player again and again. Now, Zarhynef is getting a little low this time, so what I said for all of these previous points has completely been nullified, and now Kamikiri looking for this breakaway, flip available, and he could have just flipped it there.
Could have, but perhaps a little hesitant to waste it. Whatever. In any case, all good. He'll have flips soon again. In the meantime, Sloth and Geo picking up the pieces, looking to funnel it back into this forward, who's now suicidally surging forward, and there we go. No flip, no health, no nothing, no problem. So long as you have a secondary, Erasmus is going to do crazy work. Evident, Exhibit A, bada bing, bada boom, and Lockdown finally have a point. They stop the bleeding and hope to continue to resurge here.
Yeah, a bit of an awkward flip angle there, just opting to flip in corner, but hey, we can pretend as if the flip was what got the goal there, and now Kamikiri looking to make up for his sins of earlier, finding a good pass down to Geo, but the Ricard lock and load just too good, stopping that second barrier offense, and now it's just one barrier apiece for both teams.
Ooh, well, now it's only one barrier total. Good take by the side of Lockdown. Commentary trying to make things happen in corner, but the flow chart, once again, a little off. All good.
Wow.
Sloth, perhaps not so good. Now it's open nets, both goalies, and there is the ban we've been waiting for. But Giovanni coming back in time like a guardian angel there to tap that thing out of dodge. Kamakiri denied by the pillar out of Zarhainef. But the relief is only temporary. Once again, Lockdown knocking on the door, trying to pick that lock. Kamakiri once again has flip in corner. What are we going to do with it this time, boss? Does not blow it. Sloth and Geo instead looking to funnel the ball back into the middle, and there we go. Not even needing the flip there. Kamakiri, great strike, outpacing the strike from Yodes. A little bit of an age check there, and once again, deuces here in set 2.
Deuces, but look at the flips. It's virtually even. 2 2/3 bars of energy for both sides. And this point here really going to determine the flow of this whole series, I would argue, because going up 2-0 would be crucial. And it is looking like we are going to trade flip for flip, as Kamikiri's health bar not looking particularly great. He is looking for an opportunity to flip, and the lifeline means that he might get a bit more of a chance. Finally staggered again, and the flip, where does it go? It just goes up into that barrier, but barely saved. Out by Zarhainef, but not for long.
There we go. Lockdown are in pole position here. This is not it, actually. I was going to say this has got to be it, but luckily Zarhainef had the right button to deal with that particular defense. Geo now kind of having to respect wall just a smidgen, is quite weak, but what's weak is not Kamakiri. Another great strike to seal the deal there, and Lockdown level the sets here and head into what could be a decisive draft, as you pointed out, especially with Erasmus out in front. It'll be interesting to see if he picks size or perhaps something a little more strategic.
And Kamikiri rewarded for that draft, notably 2 sparks available here, so he can't deny a spark away from Yodesman. Instead, just opts to pick that Demolitionist up for himself, giving Yodesman the pick of the litter, probably just going missile propulsion over either spark, and yeah, that would make sense. It's so good on the Drakkar, but that means that I think everyone here very happy with what they get, right? The team player, the extra special, and funnily enough, the sparks getting picked up. Is Fire Up weak?
It might just be a case of Sparks being, like, strong. I don't know. In any case, I'm not good enough at the game to comment definitively either way. But what is happening is the game, and there we go. Kamakiri with a couple good sequences there to take the first barrier, and was looking to take the second, but Yodes, I mean, has full kit on point start. Not all too much you can do as a solo Raz in that particular situation. W back pass. Hello, Europe. In any case, Slav and Kamakiri once again trying to work it through into Giovanni, but the wall, the great wall of blob gap, is enough to snub out that offense in the midfield. Zarhainef surging forward, trying to continue to win interactions here in this top corner pocket, but just gets clear. The Crystal Thorns from Geo is enough to continue to ask difficult questions of Yodesman on the defense. All the while, the ball is now up in Sloth's corner of the world. And, I mean, wow, it's just really end-to-end stuff here, because it's a rapid-fire kill into barrier, take into goal from Giovanni and friends to get the first goal here in set 3.
And set 3, good opener for Lockdown. I think this might actually be the first time they have a lead in this game, as I believe the first 2 sets, both leads out by blob gap. And now this is looking pretty good. Good banish, but nothing really to be achieved of it, as I think it was just barely struck out or barely used an ability before the banish came down. And does force the flip, all things considered, but I think Lockdown isn't too sad. And then never mind.
I think Kamakiri might have accidentally OG'd there, but all good. Is looking to pay penance for his sins here. Slides it in through the back and stuns Yodes. Open net. Great individual sequence from Kamakiri. Also gets the flip out of Yodes. That is a good trade as far as I'm concerned, and now we're driving the corner. Yodes being put into a tricky situation. Geo lives. Hello. continues to... Okay, third time is the charm, but not so charming with that flip, Zarheinif. All good. Punished for trying to flip in corner once more. Evidently, power play is still in favor of Blob Gap, but Sloth is really at the end of his rope here. Oh my god, but that was insane. Makes use of the last couple inches of his lifeline there. Somehow finds the clear in spite of how cooked that point was looking. And now Giovanni and friends are looking to swing the momentum bought by them first, by Sloth back in the face of Blob Gap, but can't quite do it. OT core speed making it difficult for either team to make anything happen just yet.
Now Cookies has the flip, not even needed as Zarheinif, just catching Sloth off guard. I think maybe the strike just barely on cooldown there, so not having it available. Strike secondary, a pretty good, consistent way to win interactions out by Rune. And now looking at the energy situation, Cookie's the only one with full energy, but multiple people with half and a triple banish into a good amount of damage found on Giovanni. So damage could be coming through out by Zarheinif and Cookies to clean up that kill, but no, the lifeline just bringing Giovanni up to a good health situation.
Gio's continually getting dog walked by Rookie Cookie, though, is not able to get out of this corner. I mean, the flip at the bare minimum is forced out of Rookie Cookie, but gets it done with no energy to his name. Great rapid fire sequence from the Blob Gap offense there, putting them onto set point here. Lockdown's going to need to lock in once more.
And hey, Cookies knowing exactly how his teammates will play in a lot of these situations, and that's exactly why he's able to read them so well. And speaking of reading, Kamikiri might need to read a health manual here as his health looking to be absolutely zeroed in on, and now the adrenaline rush popped for Rookie Cookie. Doesn't actually find that first barrier. They're finally on the bottom side, looking for the second though with the help of Zarheinif. Flip available for Gio, goes to the bottom side, but no barrier found there, and now Kamikiri respawns.
Somehow they keep it out? I mean,
Wow.
that could have been really bad. It's Sloth somehow maintaining his composure there, maintaining his life are neither of his teammates, though. I mean, that was cooked as hell. Good interplay and killing play by Rookie Cookie and Zarheinif to put a lock onto that set. And now, once again, they are one set, 3 points potentially away from killing Lockdown here. And Zentaro Catalyst, that might be a little weak.
Yeah, cut off for Catalyst, cut off for the Stinger. Catalyst did get that buff where now you actually get the energy on hitting people again, and I think that's what made it playable. So good Catalyst pickup there. Hotshot actually a good deny away from the Estelle, and just great for Yodsman altogether. You do have to consider that Monumentalist, so that is a bit of a worry. But I think overall, the side of Blob Gap has been doing a good job playing around the creations of Sloth. It's just they're going to have to play around a little bit more. Now, this Omega Infused Accelerator, interesting pickup out here by Giovanni. He has been dying, but I think he just trusts himself to be able to evade better with more speed.
Ooh, whoa, hello. Sad Boy's angle actually comes to fruition. I wish that happened in my lobbies. But in any case, they do lose their barrier eventually. Blob Gap not able to hold on the second time of asking to the second one either, mind you. Now it is an open net and pretty quick sequence for the side of Lockdown, but they're not able to capitalize. They are the ones getting beaten back presently. Sloth finding a that's not actually Sloth. That's the core speed ulti from Kamakiri that's able to get that thing out of dodge in that particular moment. Gio now running over to contest Cookie in corner and eating half his health as a consequence. Kamakiri looking to be scary here. That is scary, but not scary enough. The flip once again being snubbed out by a good Yod shotgun who's shotgunning once more to get the ball into Rookie Cookie, who's not able to get any flip value either. Sloth and friends able to stack enough in his face to stop that ball dead in its tracks. And now a crazy triple defense situation for the side of Block Gap. They're able to get that thing free as we head into overtime. Sloth still maintaining his barrier.
Yeah, Barry's still alive, but the cooldown still being burned. Sloth, though, he's almost reached his flip and finally having it available to him. Forced to use it pretty much instantly, but it's a good tempo flip as it gets right up to Kamikiri, who slots it in.
Bang, good stuff, Kamakiri. Lockdown not out of things just yet. Maybe the energy's looking a little cooked, but let's ignore that. Let's cover the orange bars with our fingers and continue to pray for this side. In any case, Zarheinif is looking to absolutely murk Gio. He lives? Hello. But Gio now running away. grabbing a couple orbs, living. Zarhainev still holding on to his flip, as is Yodes, meaning that damage is not silenced for the time being. Let's not also ignore Rookie Cookies, who's slowly using that kata to build up to his own flip, and there it is. That is the moneymaker right there. He just needs to get into position to cash it in, but Zarhainev's actually the one to get that thing in through into the net, meaning we do have a Zen sitting on flip heading into point 3.
I think there's a few things I do kind of want to break down in that point. First things first is that Zarhainev and Geo trading flips there, so that's actually really crucial for Blob Gap. Not only did they get that goal, they got the flip as well. I think the second thing is that Geo has also been doing a pretty good job at living. Now, as I say that, he does get banished because he has no evade, no fault to himself there, and that does mean that the side of Lockdown likely to be punished here. Good clear, though, so maybe not as I expected.
It's looking a little cooked. It's looking a little cooked, guys. But okay, somehow the ball gets out of the net. Hello, but Geo now looking to capitalize on the second lease of life. Afforded Lockdown in this point. Kamakiri just cannot do anything into 3 Blob Gap defenders. They're doing so well to lock this forward out of the play. Kamakiri having to unload his entire pockets, his backpacks, his purse, everything, but he does actually get that thing through, and through the net is being knocked. Rookie Cookie, English language, and now he's dead, but the power play's not all too useful. But can we see the primary confirm and get value? No, we can't. Kamakiri still in a dangerous spot, but it looks like we're heading back to a bit of a neutral state as neither team's able to get it through.
And team player value there out by Sloth, but crucially Yodesman winning that strike war. Now it's not looking particularly favorable. Kamakiri getting banished, but the core also gets banished. A little bit unfortunate there. And now Rookie Cookie catching it with that Oni's blade. The Slice and Dice not catching the core though. And Giovanni pushes up this bottom side. Good Rose Warp. It nearly gets up to Kamakiri. Zarhainev finding the clear. It's a little bit awkward. The red core going so fast. Pass up to Zarhainev. Red core once again. This time with Sloth's team player. The flip, counter flip out by Sloth. And this time it gets down into the corner. But Yodesman with no strike. He was in the middle of a Molten Bolt, and Kamakiri just struck it through. Lockdown clutching it up there.
This is a series, some are saying, but in more seriousness, what a resurgence from Lockdown there. And equally so, what effort expend by the side of Blobcat. Both teams playing their absolute hearts out as they both continue to vie for victory in this set. Kamakiri and Geo building a box, but Yodesman somehow boxing his way out with a good shotgun to get that thing out of dodge. We're now seeing a barriers traded for both goalies, one apiece, both congregated on the top plane. Yodes with another smart strike in and around Kamakiri to get that back into Slav's end of the woods, but somehow ball sneaks up and around the back. Slav's able to defend. Geo is also able to live because Slav has the presence of mind to go step on that pillar. And now Kamakiri's looking real scary with flip, middle of the park, but it wants to get snubbed out, but snubbed in is the ball. Somehow that goes in. Great strike by Kamakiri to just about sneak it in through the back door around Zarhainev, and we are now going to set 5. Whoever wins this set will progress to losers finals.
A bit of a disaster of a point there out by Zarhainev there. I think that primary just placed to kill Giovanni, but it actually saved the core there. And then on the bottom side, missed strike timing, expecting to go in directly, but it just bounced. And now fight or flight reward for Kamakiri. So happy with that pickup. And I think overall, for the side of Lockdown, they're all very happy. You get more stagger onto Geo, and you get more speed onto Sloth, more speed onto Kami. And in the end, I think the only really good thing that Blobgap got out of that was maybe the glass cannon onto Yodesman.
Things are getting real now. This is the business end of the series, and getting to business is now able to knock that thing out. But Kamakiri, once again, coming back, recognizing the situation and finding the right defense to make sure Slav holds on to his barrier. Crazy reaction. Crazy walk with the core, too. Hashtag strike more advantage, but Kamakiri not able to get the gate. Nonetheless, wayward pillar out of Zarhainev. Lockdown continues to survive, as does Blobgap, Yodes, and friends, beating that thing clear somehow, some way. In spite of everything being thrown in their faces, they persist. Dorito should not actually seal the deal. Somehow Cookie is able to take a breath and find the strike around it. Struck off the map is Giovanni. This is so scary. Zarhainev farming energy for fun there with the pillar set up in bot plane. W back pass means Yodesman is able to help find the right rotate, and Sloth is forced into a flip situation, and we're still continuing on as we persist into overtime.
Yeah, but the flip burned out there by Yodsman. Flip still available for Kamikiri, and now we reached overtime. That means that the core speed is really going to be there. Flip taking that second barrier, now it is back to Sloth, but not for long. It comes out to Giovanni, who rose warps forward. Now Kamikiri, he's in a really good spot, the 1v1. It nearly goes on in. It's cleared out by Zarhainif. Once again, another good 1v1. This time one out by Yodsman, and Kamikiri just trying his darndest to find the goal. Still unable there. Strike shot this time out by Yodsman, and so well played out by the members of Blobgap. They survive for at least a little longer. Rookie Cookie's help are not looking great, but it's Yodsman from downtown finding the field goal.
Man, Christ. I mean, yeah, I feel like at this point, if there's going to be a ball that goes in either of these keepers' nets, it's going to be off of some utter BS like that. That was an absolute honker of a point, and yeah, eventually it was just something was going to trickle in one way or another. There goes Kamakiri. Does proc the wreck drone, and meaning he's back in the play. Also back to a full stick of energy. Giovanni Loki steals his orb, but I guess we're still chilling. Does get snubbed out by the portal, though, and now is able to put some stun onto Yods, but Zarhainif recognizes the situation, brilliantly TPs back to help with the defense in lieu of his goalie, and now Sloth stepping forward. Giovanni there to receive. Kamakiri knocks it back into Zarhainif, meaning that the possession is retained by the side of Blobgap. Great secondary by Sloth to say no to that particular sale as everyone surges forward on bot lane. It is a party in bot lane as everyone's just trying to force the issue here in that J corner. Another flip out of Cookies for no return on investment. Kamakiri is dying, could be dead, especially with a preemptive dodge there that got him no value. There he goes. Power play in favor of Blobgap. Flips not in favor of Blobgap because they both blew him. They both blew him. But Sloth is still going to lose his barrier nonetheless as we head into overtime once more.
And look at the position. The position not favorable for Lockdown. And Giovanni's help are also a little unfavorable with no energy to match it either. Rookie Cookie recognizing that, trying to put out the hurt onto Giovanni. Good teleport up by Zarhainif to cover this top clear, but the top clear is not even going to be found. The slashing strike out by Rookie Cookie. Blobgap leading 2-0 and match point. Top 3 point.
Blobgap just has to score one more time. They have fought for multiple hours of cumulative game time at this point to get to this point. And likewise, Lockdown has as well, but their backs are up against the wall here. They lose their first barrier. Kamakiri misses the primary, but finds the strike to level the scales. Gates equal on the diagonal. Great management of the situation. Yodsman able to defend in spite of the primary being thrown his way. Somehow footsies around that one as well and gets out in front of the clear, but Zarhainif dropping back to cover is not up to snuff, does not find the clear, and we're now seeing it's a positional advantage in favor of Lockdown. They just have to get this thing out the back. Cookies is holding on to that flip like it is his precious firstborn son. Does not want to blow it just yet. And Lockdown understands the assignment. They're doing their best to kill him, to get it away from him, but the cat of value means he's already low-key back to full health as the side of Lockdown continues to beat away. They lose their barrier. This could be getting dicey.
Yeah, open net on both sides, a little awkward. Kami with the corner flip, but the corner flip is successful this time. Sends it right on through Zarhainif. You know, insanity, it's the definition of trying things again and again, but this man may have just gone insane in the right way.
If at first you don't succeed, try again, and maybe eventually the corner flip will work. And it worked when it matters. Kamakiri staying the execution of Lockdown and finding the goal when it mattered. Yodsman denying the goal when it matters. They are great sequence by that Drek in between the sticks to hold on to his barrier. Does not lose that one either. Good striking, great striking, phenomenal striking, some might say. Yods holding on for dear life. Rookie Cookie not holding on to his flip though. Yods letting his flip rip for a good cause, killing Kamakiri in an all too familiar story. It is now a power play in favor of Blobgap. Stop, you have to flip. You don't have to flip. What do I know? Okay, now he flips, and now he patient. Okay, all good, but that does mean
unfortunately a little
dicey.
unfavorable that time. And now it is one barrier still alive for the side of Blobgap. Flip available for Zarhainif. He's just going to go jump on in, find the flip. And that's the elimination of Lockdown. Zarhainif sneaking it past Sloth. Zar wants the 3-time championship winning title. And hey, it's still alive for him.
Wow. That's all. I frankly have no words. That was an incredible series. Every single game pushed 30 minutes. Life's
Yup.
were on the line. Hair was falling out of heads. That was a series to end all series, and that was just losers semis. Lockdown played their hearts out with a substitute, mind you. They took the number 1 seed to the brink multiple times over and even pushed them off the cliff once, but they were just unable to get it done at the second time of asking. And on the other side of that coin, hand Yodsman and the gang their flowers. They will be progressing to losers finals, booking a date with the loser of winners finals, and prolonging their stay here in EUSL Season 10. Incredible gameplay on display from all members of the Triad, including Din Far, who was swapped out for Zahynef in this particular series. But good work by both sides here. And looking forward to what's going to happen next week.
Notably, Blobgap wanting revenge on their loss to both teams, really. They lost to Cards today, and they actually also lost to Voss the previous week during tiebreakers, right? Because if you recall, there was a tiebreaker match, Voss versus Blob, and I think Voss won that 2-0. And Blobgap is saying, hey, we've lost to both of these teams in recent time, but we have a chance. We can come back. We can easily beat these guys. And that's what they're going to try to do. They're going to regroup, figure out why their last 3 series really were not that clean, and figure out what works for the finale day. Now, with that, Jiggle Supreme, anything you want to say before we head off for the day?
You know, here's some lore. So I was at work, and then there was a caster shortage. So I had to call in for a lunch break, a 30-minute lunch break. That lunch break has now been 2 hours. That's to say I probably can't say a whole lot because I got to get back to work. But I will say, phenomenal series. Thank you all for watching. Please tune in next week for the rounding out of this EUSL Season 10. If this was an indicator of what's to come, man, oh man, it is going to be some action. So thank you all for watching, and catch y'all next week.
Bye.